Welcome everybody. Welcome to another Friday stream, which means we're gonna make some drum and bass. I hope you guys are doing great. I'm doing fine. And yeah, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Before we start though, I should probably give you guys a little announcement or a heads up in case you haven't seen it yet. So let me quickly switch to a different view so that I can show you what I mean. Now you might be thinking, why am I looking at a black screen? Well, because of this. Hey there, my name is Artifacts and I'll be joining D&B Academy for the 174 Production Marathon. Join us on April 17th on the D&B Academy YouTube channel. So, yeah, that's gonna be tomorrow. Don't loop, please. Yeah, I tried adding that in OBS as a video, but it wouldn't play the audio, so I figured I'll just play it in OBS. Welcome everybody. Let me switch. As you can see, I'm going to be streaming tomorrow on the D&B Academy YouTube channel. It's going to be part of the 174 Production Marathon, which includes me and a couple of other producers as well. You probably know by now who the other producers are. So, yeah, that's going to be happening tomorrow. It's going to be 8 hours of live drum and bass production, I guess, which is going to be fun. So, I'm going to be producing from scratch tomorrow. I don't know what the other guys are going to be doing. But I'm going to be producing from scratch, so I'm just going to probably lay out a track idea or something like that. We'll see tomorrow what happens, but I figured it would be nice to just do a thing from scratch tomorrow. So, welcome to today's stream. Today, we are not going to work on the thing that I'm going to be working on tomorrow, though, so that's... I want to work today on a little bit of a track idea that I have. I have a little bit of a drop idea that I kind of want to work on, and I figured today probably we'll start with making an intro for that, and then kind of see where we're going to go from there. So, welcome. I'm going to switch to Ableton. So let's do that. Let me close... No, I'll leave it open. Might want to show it one more time during the stream. So, how are you guys? Yeah, I think it's going to be fun tomorrow. I'm looking forward to see what the other guys are going to be doing, to be honest. I really haven't know. I really don't know. But they put up a website. As you can see, it's in the chat right now. Oh, it hasn't sent that link to Twitch for some odd reason. That's weird. Why is it not sending that message to Twitch? Well, I'll just put it in Twitch manually then, for now. There you go. So if you want to have more information about what is happening tomorrow on their channel, then just go to that link, go to that website, and you'll be able to see all the details about what is going to happen tomorrow. So, yo, Splashy, welcome. Yeah, so I have a little track idea, so like sketched out right now. Very basic still. Was mostly working on the drums before the stream, so the drums already sound pretty good. It's mostly going to be working on the bass, I guess, and working on the intro as well. The intro is pretty much empty. We just have a little sound here to start the track, and that's basically it. I also have a couple of vocal samples here, and I kind of like them, but I might need some other vocal samples, I'm not sure yet. So maybe somebody feels like recording a vocal sample during the stream, and we'll see. You can always send me something in the Discord if you want, but we'll see what happens. Okay, why don't we have any audio? Oh, that's why. Okay, there we go. Set my levels. So yeah, I have some drums, which is pretty nice. Kind of like these drums already. So maybe snare drum can be done a little bit different. Snare's a little, I'm not sure yet about the snare. Maybe get rid of some of the high frequencies. That might be better, but it also kind of depends, because I'm using my Beyerdynamics, which kind of, if you look at it right here, this is the sort of like the frequency curve of my headphones, and I think, yeah, the blue line is the sort of like the curve of the headphones itself. So you can see that my headphones have quite a big boost in the high end, and that kind of makes me a lot of times add less high end to certain things. So I don't want to use Sonarworks during the stream, because then you guys are going to hear the audio calibrated, so I'm working without Sonarworks. But yeah, if anything, if I take out too much high end, just let me know, because that sometimes happens. I sometimes work during the stream, and then I'll remove high end from sounds, and then after the stream I sort of like the next day I listen to it on my speakers, and I'm like, wait, why did I remove that much high end? And then I go like, oh yeah, wait, probably because of my headphones. But like when I play this with the calibration on, you guys are gonna hear weirder audio. So, and it's gonna be super quiet as well. But that sounds decent. So every now and then I might turn it on just to check things, but for most of the time I'll just leave it off. Yeah, I think these drums sound pretty decent already. So it already, so like, I already have the drums down pretty much, so just might maybe need some extra layers here and there. But what I had for an idea for the drop was having a drop with a really sort of like a 1/8 note pattern, if you get what I mean. So I have a bass sound here, which is kind of like, you can see it from the name, it's an 8-note sub-bass kind of thing. So, and there's some sidechaining on there, so if I take that off, you'll be able to hear better what it's doing. So it's doing a sort of like an 8-note pattern, and it has a pitch movement on it as well, which is done here. So with this pitch envelope right here. And that's connected to the pitch of the entire serum, basically, and that is then being re-triggered by these notes. So I have some notes here. See, and that's repeating that pattern, and every time it repeats one of those notes, it also re-triggers that pitch envelope. So what I'm getting is this sort of like, I also have this little step bass. Well, little. It actually sounds pretty big. That one. So these two together right now, I'm not sure if I want to use this step bass or I want to make a different one that has a bit of a lower harmonic on the mid-range, but for now this one works. It kind of sort of like done that to sketch it out, but then you get kind of this effect. Which I think is a really cool idea for a drop. Just need some extra layers layered on top of it. So now with the sidechain and the drums, then we get this. Let's see. I'll leave the vocal in as well. You can see what I mean with the vocal. I had a vocal, and I'm not entirely sure yet if I want to use this vocal because of one simple reason. I went into Google and I typed in text-to-speech online free whatever, something like that, and I came to a website which I think was called ttsmp3.com, yeah, and it is basically a website where you can just put in some voice, some words, and then it spits it out with a voice that you choose, basically all kinds of text-to-speech voices. So I had this vocal sample that initially when I typed it in, it said interpolate, and I kind of had to warp it a bit because the timing was all off, and I had to warp it. So as you can see, I did some warping to it, and now it kind of sounds more like it's saying enturbulate or something like that, which I'm not sure if I want. I think I want to actually have that interpolate vocal, so I'm looking for a good vocal that has that sound. So I actually went through that website and actually basically downloaded all the ones that sounded good, and I had a whole bunch of different ones, but the one that I like most is the one that ended up sounding like it says enturbulate. So you get
interpolate.
See?
Interpolate.
It sounds more like it says or even interbulate, which is, I'm not even sure if that's a word. Not that I care, but I kind of wanted to have interpolate. So I put some effects on that, and then you get a pretty cool vocal.
Interpolate.
See, that kind of effect. But yeah, it sounds like it's saying something different now, so I'm not sure yet. Maybe somebody can record him saying interpolate, and we can try out if that one works. So if somebody is watching and thinks, well, I can speak English without an accent, or with a good English accent, then join my Discord and send me a sample of you saying this word, because that saying the word interpolate, because maybe we can actually use it and it turns out better than this one. But yeah, with that vocal, I get this kind of a sort of like drop idea.
Interpolate.
See, so that's kind of what we're getting. And then obviously we need something here, and I think we need something on top of that 8-note sub bass as well. And we'll probably have to figure that out today. Oh, and by the way, if somebody decides to record a vocal sample and send me that, then make sure to mention me as well on Twitter so that I see it. Because I'm not looking at... Or mention me on Twitter. No, mention me on Discord, sorry. Because I don't see it otherwise, because I'm not looking at Discord right now. I'm only looking at my chat and my streaming software. But if you mention me, then I see that there's a notification on Discord, so then I'll know that somebody has sent me something. So... now for the intro. I think what we need to do to kind of make the intro fit is sort of like write an intro around that same pattern as what the bass is doing. So if we listen to what the bass does, it does basically, let's see, we have a note triggering here, and then it does that. So that's a 1/4 dotted note, I guess, right here. But this is just a single beat. So let me... I guess quickly set up a MIDI track here with that pattern. So I'll just use the serum for now, just make it plucky so we can hear that pattern. Because what the entire bass line is doing is basically just this pattern. See, that's the pattern it does, and that repeats pretty much throughout the entire drop section. So if we can write an intro around that kind of a pattern, that's probably gonna work very well. My voice too damn calm for that vocal. Yeah, I mean, I got a shitload of ones. I even tried actually typing in interpolate and seeing if that one would actually turn out the other way around, but no, it didn't. But I have a whole bunch of different ones, and I didn't even try all of them. You can see, I gotta... oh no, you can't see that. If I do this, you can see it. You can see right here, I've got like a shitload long list of all different exports that I did, so...
interpolate, interpolate,
interpolate, interpolate,
interpolate,
see? Like,
interpolate,
that one is even weirder. That one doesn't even have the last part of the vocal for some weird reason.
interpolate,
Interpolate? Sure.
Interpolate.
That one might work too.
Interpolate.
But I'm not even sure which one I used, to be honest. All the way at the top somewhere. 49222 right here, and then it was... where is it? 2312, yeah, that's all of them. And then 3, okay.
Interpolate.
See? It says interpolate, but for some weird reason it ended up sounding different. So we'll see how that turns out. I kind of would like to have the vocal actually say interpolate, but because of the warping it doesn't. It kind of screws it up. We'll see. We'll see how we'll figure that one out or fix it later. I don't know yet. We'll see. So if we're gonna write a pattern around that, let's see, maybe a top melody on top of it as well, but for now we'll start with just that pattern. Let me loop this section. Kind of for this one, I don't really mind using the multiband. It kind of works, so. Are we gonna crash already? No, please don't. Okay. Serum is stuck. That's a new one. Never seen that one before. Whoa, we crashed just Serum. That's a new one. Normally Ableton crashes when Serum crashes. Ah, we crashed Serum. Oh, well, okay. Let me quickly let me just do this real quick. Let's see. I'll just do that real quick. Let me restart Ableton. That's a weird one. I'll just save this real quick. Normally, whenever Serum decides to crash, then Ableton just says, yo, I'm just gonna crash as well. We'll just use Vital instead. Fuck Serum. D&B is forever. I agree. I do have my phases where I go through other types of music, but I always come back to drum and bass. It's that one genre that always, I don't know. I might go to other genres every now and then and feel like, oh yeah, that's quite nice, but then most of the time I just need that two-step rhythm at around 170 because everybody needs a bit of that in their life, right? Let's do that. It's back. Okay, I'll use a Vital instead, so that we don't get that issue again. some voices. Restart those. And then we had another oscillator, which was one of those Reese things from Serum. I actually have the Serum wavetables here as well. So I can just do Reese. Which one do we have? Do we have this one? Not sure. Not that it matters too much, but I think we had a different one. Was it that one called Reese? Yeah, this one probably. Yeah, that one was it. So let's just take that and just... that's pretty much the same sound as what we had before. Let's leave it wide, because it's more of like a sound that probably sounds better wide. Take this one and that one, and then we did this on the filter. Something like that. We had this one an octave down. Yeah, I know New Zealand looks like you guys are doing it pretty well. You guys are doing pretty good. We aren't doing that good right now. They're currently doing some events here that are sort of like test events. But they're doing it at a time when our hospitals are pretty much overrun. So I'm not sure how that's gonna turn out. We'll probably have to see. But yeah, our situation is way worse. I totally agree. We are still in lockdown. Yeah, we are still in lockdown, and we have been for a really long time now. I don't even know how long. Was it March last year? That means we're in lockdown for a year now? Something like that? I don't even know. It's I've totally lost track of it, you know. Totally lost track of time because of all of it. I think the last time I've been to a store, like an actual store, not other than a supermarket, I can't even remember. It's probably been... It probably was last summer when I went to the skate store, in the little window where they had these moments where stores allowed people in. But then after that everything closed, so yeah, I don't know. And now everything with the vaccines, you know, that one, they're not using 2 of the vaccines anymore, so all the ones that we bought are now basically not used, so yeah, it's a mess. I know more people who actually went that way, you know, just for the sole reason of, because there's no outlook right now here for when shows are gonna start again. So I can understand as well, like if you're a DJ and your sole income is doing shows, and you don't have any income beside that, let's say from, you know, a YouTube channel or social media, whatever social media that might be, yeah, that's gonna be fucked, you know, if suddenly everything is gone. That's really, really crazy. That's really annoying, and especially if you don't know when it's gonna come back again. I think that's the worst thing. I don't think the issue is necessarily that everything is stopped for, like, you know, an undefined, or let's say is stopped for a period of time. But the issue that you don't know when it's over. I think that's what eats with people the most. Oh yeah, totally. Totally, I see it around me all the time. People are way more grumpy right now. People are way easier to annoy, and people get angry way faster. It's true, totally. Now, there are things luckily changing here, from the looks of it, but they're saying by June, when it's summer here, we should have, well, at least everybody should have their first shot, if they want to. But let's just say that the amount of people that actually still believe that right here, that is going to be feasible, that we're going to make that before June, is like 10% of all the people in the country. Like they did a poll earlier this week, and the amount of, because I think it was one of the ministers of our country who said that they with the schedule that we have now, that by June everybody is going to be able to have had their first vaccine. They did a poll afterwards to kind of like just see what the actual people in the country think of that. And I think it was like 10% or 8% or something from the people that they asked that actually believe that we are going to make that. So that says enough. Yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen here, man. We'll see. I'm located in the Netherlands, so Central Europe, pretty much. It's most countries here in Central Europe are doing not that good when it comes to it, I guess. The only one I can think of right now that is doing a really good job is the UK. But other than that, I don't think... I'm not sure which other countries actually... Are there other countries in Europe right now that are doing just as well as the UK is doing? I don't think so. So... It's kind of like, sadly, it's kind of like, it looks to be a recurring theme as well, like across Central Europe. Which is interesting, but... Could you open your perks, hats, and MIDI track? Sure, it's actually, well, this one is interesting, actually. I didn't just use some random hits here, I actually did a couple of cool things. So, what the drums in this track are, if we just listen... So, if I mute this, we just have the kick and snare. You can hear that the kick is very low passed, actually. The kick has almost no high end. As you can see, I've also low passed it quite a bit. Weird that I'm boosting it in front of it though, but whatever. Don't mind that I have 2 EQs, that's just me. I probably did this really early on and then I decided later, I need to tweak this, and I did another EQ, but maybe there was even a saturation in between at some point and I removed it, something like that. Well, don't mind that, but the kick is pretty low pass, and that is because the top end of the kick is coming from the hats. So, I think... yeah, that hat. So you can hear... And this is just a bunch of one-shot hats from a random sample pack, I think. I just went into one of my sample pack folders and I found a sample pack that I own, and I just found a category with hats, and I just took all of them and just put them into a drum rack. I do that a lot of times when I'm working on hats and I'm not using like live hats from sort of like stuff like Addictive Drums or something. This time I'm just using one-shot samples, and when I do that, I always sort of like go through this sort of like method where I just put them all into a drum rack, just a whole folder of hats, because I never really know which hats I'm gonna actually need for every section. So doing it this way, you can just go through, and you can see as well there's a bunch of them muted because I had these in there and I probably ended up not really liking them. So you can kind of just play around with different ones, and let's say, oh, I want to have a different one here. You can just try out a different one, right? You can just move it to a completely different one and just quickly see what kind of a hat would work. So when you're using one-shot hats, that's probably a good way to do that. So that's the hats. Pretty simple actually, just straightforward with 8-note hat pattern. There's a couple of hats stacked on top of each other as well, as you can see. This one stacks with that one, so it kind of makes... See, we have this one playing the... Let me actually do this. I can probably do this. That's gonna be making a little bit more sense. So we have... That's probably what I started off with. And then I just added that 8-note hat. And then I decided, okay, I want this one right in the middle that hits on the 3rd beat. I want that one to be accentuated a little bit more. So I layered another hat on top of it. And that already creates a really subtle sort of like accent on this. It adds a little bit of that crunchy sort of like sound in the tail. And then I thought, well, I want to accentuate it more. So I added this one on top of it, which is just sort of like a short stab of noise, almost. And that just accentuate that one hat that hits on the 3rd beat. So that is then layered with this chopped up break, which, as you can see, is part of a really long break, but I just took this, basically a really short section, and I just looped that over and over again. So that's just looped over and over again until here, where I used a part a different part of the break where we have some extra little things happening. So it's mostly playing in one 8-note pattern as well, except for that part at the end here. There it has a couple of 16-note shuffle bits, so... See, so we get that sort of like fill at the end there. And lay it with the hats. You can see I reversed this one little part in front of that snare, and these snares as well are sidechained, because on here I have a sidechain to the snare, so when this snare hits here, it actually sidechains that snare from the breakout. It's kind of make it cleaner. I think if I leave this in, it's kind of going to add to the snare drum. Which is very subtle, but just to keep that cleaner and to keep that space free for the actual snare, I like to just sidechain that. Then I have this really short paper crumbling sound. I decided when I was listening to this entire part, I thought, you know what? I want to accentuate this beat right here when the bass cuts out, and when there's probably going to be another bass sound there, but I thought I want to accentuate that, but I don't just want to use another head sample or something like that. I thought, what else can I use? So I found this recording of, I think it's just paper crumbling sounds. Show in browser. Oh, it's a trash bag. Yeah, so it's just a trash bag kind of sound, and I took that and just took a really short section of it and turned it into this. So basically just removing all the low end. And just kind of turns into a crunchy, almost like a crunchy hi-hat sound or something like that. So when we lay that in here, so you can hear, it just adds that little extra thing, and when you hear that with the kick and the snare as well, so it just adds a little extra thing there, and I really liked it, so I thought, well, let's just leave that in. And then I decided to add this thing, which I think is pretty interesting. I wanted some extra noise, so I added that, which actually is the sound of, I think it is the sound of, well, it's a really short section of a long clip. Let's see what that is. It's Surf Moderate Sandy. Okay, so that's probably recorded on a sandy beach, because I see some other names here as well called Pebbled. So yeah, this is recorded on a sandy beach, and it's basically just the waves hitting a sandy beach. See, and I looped, or I took a really short section of that. And I just basically cut it up into a pattern that I liked. Made it mono, because, well, I don't know, I just wanted this to be some noise, so I thought, I'll make it mono. I'm not sure why I did. Oh, it's a little bit on the left side, so I decided probably that's why I'll probably decided to do that. Not that it matters too much. Oh, it sounds a little different as well in mono. In mono, you kind of hear a little bit of a tone in it. That's probably why I did it. So then we EQ it. And then I decided to add this one on top of it. So this is just an LFO tool. And this is the shape that I made. And then I used the pulse width to offset that shape to here. So I'm just kind of just squeezing it a little bit to the left. And that is adding the rhythmic thing to this. So that is really what it's adding. So that is then added to the drums. Now this is without. Let me play just the drum so we can hear it. And then this is with. It's very subtle, but it hits pretty much on all the 1/8 note hats. So that's kind of what is happening. It just makes those hats a little bit more, I don't know, it adds something to it that is not just the hat itself. And because these are one-shot samples, and this is kind of like, well, these one-shot samples are going to sound exactly the same every time they hit, right? They're samples, so they're not going to be any variations when I trigger the same sample. So to add that variation, I use this one, because this one is not playing in 1/8 notes. We just have a longer sort of like sound here, and that is then using this volume automation on it to create one-shot hits out of it. And all these one-shot hits are going to sound slightly different. you can hear it. It's sort of like modulating a little bit, and that is then added on top of those one-shot hats to give them a bit more variety. It is noticeable, yeah, it is noticeable when you listen to the drums. It's just because they're layered with the hats. When you would hear these drums, you don't hear it as a separate layer. You just hear it as sort of like it's part of the hats, and it sounds like the hats have a little bit of variety to them, but it's actually just a layer on top of it. So now you know because I told you, right? But without it, you wouldn't have known. You would have probably thought, oh, those hats are pretty cool. And you probably would have thought, oh, it's just some kind of a crunchy layer in the tail, or it's just some crunch in the tail of the hats or something, you know, but... So yeah, and then the other part is right here when the sort of like the faster bits coming. So these are just basically, I think this was some white noise. Yeah, this is just some high-passed white noise from Serum. So we have some really heavy sidechain on this one. Let me just do this real quick. So yeah, that's just white noise from Serum being bit crushed by this one. So
Hi there, have some beer money.
thanks a lot, Medic, for the 20 euros. That's a good one. Thanks a lot for that one. And welcome here. Or were you already watching? I didn't saw your name in the chat yet. So welcome. Yeah, so let's see. Oh yeah, and by the way, that money is gonna come in really good. I'm saving up for a new MIDI controller. The Patreon is going really good as well. In the last week, I think 4 new people joined my Patreon, and just in general, every month until now, the Patreon has been growing with the same amount. So I'm pretty amazed so far, and it's going pretty good, so it means that I'm going to be able to get my new MIDI controller soon, which I'm kind of thinking about which one to get, but I'm thinking it's going to be the Novation, what was it called? The Novation SL61, if I'm correct, 61 keys, I think that was it, 61 or 69? No, 61. I'm thinking about the Novation SL61 Mark III. It looks like a really nice MIDI controller, and from what I've seen, it seems to work really well with Ableton, so I'm thinking about that one. I mean, I'm actually leaning towards that one now compared to the what was the other one? The Native Instruments keyboards, the ones that are the more expensive Native Instruments keyboards, the one with that works with contact and all that kind of stuff. But the more I started looking into it, into that controller, the more I started thinking, not sure if that gimmick with the lights that work with contact is actually worth it, you know? Because I was reading it only works on certain libraries, it only works on officially licensed libraries by Native Instruments, and I don't use a lot of officially licensed libraries from Native Instruments. When I use Contact, I often use third-party libraries or just random instruments that people uploaded for a free download somewhere, and it's just a single instrument with no interface or something, and that won't work at all. So the key switches and those lights on the keyboard from Native Instruments will then not work. So how much is that then worth? I'm thinking to myself. So now I'm thinking, because the other one from Novation looks really nice, and it looks like it actually works pretty well with Ableton, I thought that one might be good to have. But yeah, I'll have to go to the audio store, so I'm waiting right now until my Patreon has, and all the donations, of course, the donations are added to that as well right now. And when I have the money together for that new controller, I'm gonna go to the audio store and have a little look, and see which one I like more. But I really think it's gonna be the Novation one. It looks really nice, so... Not sure, I could check real quick, of course. The Novation SL61 Mark III. So this one. It looks really nice, by the way, as well. And it looks like it's way better quality to begin with than the one that I have right now. Like, this looks way sturdier. Now, obviously, you can't really go off of looks. And this is the 49 version as well. So I want to have the one with an extra octave, basically. I have a 49 now, and I always wished I had one extra octave. So 61 would probably be better. But, like, just looking at the faders as well. Like, the one that I have now is an old M Audio MIDI controller, which is an Axiom 49. And I think it's even the first generation, so it's pretty old. And the sliders on my one, they have like these really tiny knobs. Let me check. M Audio Axiom 49 first gen. Can we get an image of that one? From the side as well, preferably one that let me go. Tool size large. I guess this one works. Yeah, so see that? That's pretty much what I have right now. So they're really fucking finicky. I never use these things. I never use these either. These plastic rotary knobs, they're absolutely horrible. The mod wheel and pitch wheel feel absolutely horrible. They have like no traction or whatsoever. It's just I guess for the time it might have worked, but now it's hugely outdated. It even has some drum pads, which you could more call a switch than a drum pad, because they're definitely not accurate enough for a drum pad. Oh, this is the newer version, but mine has drum pads as well, and they're absolutely horrible. I bought it back in the day when I was making hip-hop music, and I couldn't afford myself an MPC, and I thought, well, if I can get a MIDI controller which has everything in one, then that's gonna be great. So I got this one, and I was pretty disappointed. Let's just call it at that. Because as a hip-hop producer, I wanted something where I could actually, drum my stuff in on some drum pads, and this one was absolutely not doing it. Like I said, they're more like switches. You could use them as an on-off switch, basically, but you got those already here. So, yeah. I'm looking at this one now, and it actually looks pretty damn good. So I'm thinking about this one. I like that it has these extra things with like the controls here, and I know that you can use certain knobs on here to quickly set up sort of like a key range. So as you can see with these lights, you can set up a key range for one patch and then have another patch be played by another. Like, let's say the lower two octaves play a bass patch, and then the other octaves play like a synth lead or something like that. And then you can play two patches at the same time on one keyboard, and it's really easy to set that up. So that's pretty cool. And I wish that my controller had that, but it doesn't, so. But yeah, like I said, I will have to go check it out. We've worked with Ableton. See, that's what I love. The full color LCD screens give you full visibility of your parameters, while the pads, buttons, 8 faders and 8 knobs get you hands-on with your music and in any major music software. That's nice. So they worked with Ableton to get this to work well. So you can see your settings on those little screens while you're working on the keyboard. That is really fucking good. So that's why I'm looking into this one. I don't know which one Mark is using. I'm not sure which one he's using. Yeah, I mean, that's just a classic Native Instruments move, right? It's just a classic Native Instruments move to basically just say, yo, we're gonna give this really, really helpful feature for when you're using Contact. That when you're using Contact, you have these key switches in libraries, and the lights on the keyboard will turn on with the key switches. Great, but what if I'm using third-party orchestral libraries and not the Native Instruments orchestral libraries? Well, basically, then it doesn't work. It's just a classic Native Instrument move. I mean, I get it. They're trying to sell their own libraries, but I can see why people would then say, like, oh, I'm gonna jump to a different brand. I'm not gonna get that keyboard. So yeah, I'm looking at this one, and I think, yeah, I think I like it. Back at the drums, because we were talking about drums when Medic came in. So yeah, I took these shakers, these white noise shakers, because they're not even shakers. This is just white noise. Oh. See, that's just literally white noise with a volume envelope on it. So you can see right here, this is attached to the volume. Taking out the low end. Adding some distortion. Boosting the high end a little bit, and then bit crushing that. Very subtle. And then doing that. And then that is layered with this one. Now this one is a single hit, actually. And it's just a single hit from a longer break. Not sure what this sounds like. Let's check. Show in browser. So it's more like a techno loop, basically. And I just took a single hit from it. And I thought, let's do some processing on that hit. From the looks of it. So that's basically what I'm using. And I'm starting off with high passing that. Using M transformer to basically do some crazy shit, as you can see. I'm using the... Where's the modulation again here? Oh, here. I'm using this LFO to control two parameters, the frequency shift and the pitch shift. So this one is basically just moving these two around. So then we get this. And that's kind of like the basis for this layer. So I then added my new Pro TT rack, which is basically a phase accurate OTT. Gonna be coming soon on my channel. I'm working on the video right now. I wanted to have it out today, but I didn't make it to finish the video today. So it's gonna be out after the weekend or later in the weekend, because I'm not gonna have too much time this weekend, only on Sunday. Gonna be doing the live stream tomorrow on D&B Academy. So if you didn't know about that yet, I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow on the D&B Academy YouTube channel, so check out that website if you want to know more about that. Now, yeah, so like I said, this is coming soon. It's a phase accurate OTT made completely with stock Ableton effects. So just basically to show that you can do OTT in Ableton without any third-party tools, without getting that phase shift. Because I got a lot of people in the comments of that one video saying that linear phase is not a solution and all of that, and I was like, well, you can do it without linear phase. So this one is coming soon. It's basically just OTT, but without the phase shift that OTT normally does. And yeah, that M transformer is really nice. It's basically just a pitch shifter. Basically, it's a pitch shifter and a frequency shifter in one, and it has some extra controls as well. But it's a really good, like all the melder tools are really good. So this one, yeah, definitely adds a lot. And then I added Synth to kind of get rid of some frequencies. It just makes it sound a little bit more pleasing, takes out a couple of those harmonics and resonances introduced by the frequency shifting. And that's basically just a sort of like a dynamic EQ. It works in a slightly different way, but you don't have to set up the actual points, the EQ, the frequencies. Let's rewind. You don't have to set up the individual EQ points yourself, so the individual EQ notes. It actually listens to the incoming audio, and then depending on the incoming audio and the resonances in that audio, it's going to reduce those resonances, and then this EQ curve, or this curve, controls the sensitivity of that reduction. So if I boost here, it's going to reduce more of that particular frequency, whereas if I cut, it's actually going to reduce less of that frequency. So that's what this curve is doing. So it looks like an EQ curve, but it's actually a curve that controls the amount of reduction on certain frequencies. But this saves so much more time, because if you would have to do this in a dynamic EQ, especially on this sound, because we're having resonant frequencies being introduced by the frequency shifter here, and these frequencies are moving around in the frequency spectrum. They're not fixed to a particular frequency, and you can see that as well. See? These peaks or these valleys here, those are basically the things that are being taken out, because if you can see that they're moving from left to right, and that is because that frequency shifter is also moving things in the frequency spectrum. So yeah, it would be very hard to get rid of those resonant frequencies that you don't like with a dynamic EQ, because you would also have to automate the frequency of those EQ points that you're using to cut those frequencies out, and you would have to make them follow the frequencies in the sound, that's probably going to take you hours, and this does that automatically. So really, really, really amazed by this plugin. Bit more extra movement, notch filter with a bit of movement on 1/4, so every beat. So he just takes out some mids and adds some more movement. Very aggressive EQ, and then some erosion. Add some weird crunch to it, and that is then layered with the white noise, so that creates sort of like the shaker in this track, which is then EQ'd again. And then I'm adding this LFO tool, which, okay, that's set to 1/16 note, so this just tightens up the hats, or shakers, whatever you want to call them. So it just tightens it up again. And then there is sidechain to the main kick and snare. So that cuts that sound out when the kick or snare hit. And that's basically it for the entire drums. Yeah, so you can hear the pattern in the bass, right? It repeats that same pattern as what I have now here. And I think it would be nice to sort of like base the entire intro around that pattern as well, so that we're kind of introducing that pattern. Because I was doing a more atmospheric intro earlier, and I completely scratched that one, and the only sound that I left was this one, because I didn't like it at all. And when the drop hit, it came completely out of nowhere. That 1/8 note stabby, sort of like rhythmic pattern, I hadn't introduced that in the intro when I was doing the atmospheric version. And when that drop hit, it came completely out of nowhere. It sounded way too abrupt. So I was like, how can I fix that? And then I thought, what if I write an actual intro around that same pattern, which sort of like already introduces the pattern, and it kind of like prepares yourself for that. It prepares your ears, kind of makes them used to that pattern. And then when the drop comes in, it's basically the same pattern with different sounds. So it's gonna make more sense, hopefully. You know, hopefully. Yeah, I do like this. I do like this drop idea. And like I said, I like the vocal. I just wished it said interpolate and not enturbulate.
Interpolate.
It kind of says interbulate, which is even weirder, but yeah, I'll figure that one out.
Interpolate. Interpolate.
Okay, let's see. I'm gonna do that same delay trick on here as what I was doing in Serum. Taking a delay. And what I like to do is, if I use delay, a lot of times with like synths in drum and bass, you can hear that delay is usually quite high on the mix. But what it'll also do is reduce the volume of the initial hit. So what I like to do then is take the same envelope or LFO that you're using to create the sort of like plucky shape, and then put that on the mix, but put it in a reverse direction, so that's taking the mix down whenever the initial sound hits, and then after that it's bringing it back up again, so you get... And when we change this timing to, for instance, 1/4, no, 1/8 dotted maybe. 1/4 dotted. I think 1/8 is gonna be best, but then maybe play around with that mode here. We could try mid ping pong or something. And you can see that the original sound still comes through, even though the mix of the reverb or the delay is quite high. So now, see, without that, it also kind of smears along that initial sound, which is kind of weird. So that usually works a lot better. Now, what can we do to this one? Let's see. I kind of feel like maybe this one needs to go an octave down. Oh yeah, and then I think I added the chorus as well. Whoa. Oh, that's that one, of course. That just adds some movement to it as well, which is kind of nice. So that not every hit is going to sound the same. And then I think I added a filter at the end. Which was doing something like this. Okay, that'll work for now. We just need to have some rhythmic thing in that sort of like pattern, and then we'll figure out if that's gonna cut it later. But probably not, but we'll see. Okay, so I think I want to have some hats here as well, so I can just take... let's just take this section, maybe. Oh yeah, I also had in this section in the intro, I have the same, so like, what is it, the... what was that? The sandy beach kind of thing? But I just bounced it to audio, so I just took that one thing that I had in the drop, and as you can hear, this one was doing a 1/8 note thing. And in the intro I wanted the drums to have a more of like a 1/4 note kind of pattern, so I just bounced it to audio and I chopped out every second hit, as you can see. So we get more. We just get that. So I guess maybe just taking all of these hats. Just copy that. See what happens if we put that at the start of the track. Okay, let's see, we have... I don't like that layer at the bottom yet, but we're gonna fix that later. Ooh, I think that would be nice. sort of like introduce the drums a bit like that. Okay, let's take this one out here, the bass sound, and let's just make this one continue so that we have, so that it sounds like it actually works. See, so that works. So then we got that. Now, I'm gonna do a different sound for this. Or layer something on top of it. Let's do that. Can always remove it later. He should be away. Who should be away? What? I'm not sure I'm getting you there. Come on, Omnisphere. You can do it. Always Omnisphere. It's always so slow when I load it the first time. And then when it's loaded, it's usually quicker. I'm not sure what kind of a synth sound I want for this, so I'm thinking Omnisphere has a lot of sort of like, I don't know, plucky synths and stuff like that, and use one of those and then add some filtering to it to kind of blend it in. There we go. So it has the... we could try maybe one of the polyphonic synths. Just take a random one for now. So that we can write a pattern. Okay, let's see. That's probably gonna work. We could do... Yo, come on, Omnisphere. You can do it. Yes. Oh, I kind of like the sound of that one, though. You like the sound of that. Let's see what happens if we put some processing on that one. Let's try a bit of Portal. Portal always is good on sounds like this, so... That's weird. Yeah, this one is really good. Portal is absolutely amazing. I don't like this one though, that vital layer. Maybe if it's low passed a lot, that might be better. I feel like it has too much upper frequencies. Might just need a different sound, but for now I'm just gonna low pass the hell out of it, so that we get more of that. That's probably gonna be better. And let's do a little bass mono thing on here as well. Now the bass is mono. It's such a weird effect, but it's so good. It makes any synth or any lead or pad, it just makes it better, basically. What I like to do sometimes is just mix it in at like a little bit, you know, just have this sort of like down a bit, or leave this at full wet and then put it in a rack and just do this. So just have this in a rack and just make another dry chain, so that you can basically do anything you want in here, but you're always gonna have the initial sound there as well. So that sound's always gonna be there, but then we also have the weird portal layer on top of it, so then you get... And now we can start doing stuff in Portal, but that initial sound is always going to be there, and it's not going to change in volume. It's still going to be the original volume, even though we do some weird stuff here. So, see? And then we can even do completely weirder stuff. Like we could say, because we now have two separate chains, we could say take, for instance, kilohertz pitch shifter, put it in front of Portal, and then put this one down an octave. So that now everything coming out of Portal is an octave lower. See? But the original sound is still there. So then you get... See? So that's some pretty cool stuff. Or you can say maybe do +7. See, that just creates really interesting sounds. Putting it at -5 so that it's +7 but also an octave lower. Now I'm in the key of E Phrygian, so what it's now playing is every time it hits that E to F and then back to E or whatever it's doing, it's also playing a B and a C on top, which is the perfect fifth on top of that note that it's already playing. So you're kind of creating a little bit of a power chord there, which is kind of cool. Yeah, you can sidechain it too as well. That's also something you could do. For instance, say every time the dry version hits, sidechain the other one out. But for now, I don't really mind because it's not necessarily clashing yet. If I find a section that I like and then I'm gonna, you know, look at it and say like, okay, maybe that is clashing with the other layer, then I might still do that. But when I'm still designing the sound, most of the time I won't, because sometimes when they layer, they actually create a really interesting sound as well. So I don't want to, you know, I don't want to lose that opportunity of coming across that sound by already sidechaining the two. So I think sidechaining is good, but I don't think you should sidechain when nothing is clashing, if you get what I mean. Unless you're using it for that effect, you know, and you really want to have a pumping effect or something like that, but I don't really necessarily go for that effect a lot when I'm making drum and bass. I guess with like house music or something like that, you would use something like that a lot more. But depends. For now, I don't mind that they're not sidechained. So this one is quite cool, the exponential space, but I want to see what the other ones do. like this section when it's on this one. It's always different as well, so we'll have to bounce this to audio, but... So I'm thinking, what if I put these MIDI notes on B and C, and then do the other way around? Let's try that out. That sounds weird. And then do this one -7. Like this more. And this one -5. Although if it's -5, this one is gonna give us some weird bass notes, so I'm not sure if I like that, but I can high pass this one maybe, so that we don't get too much of that. Well, what I'm most of the time doing is I sidechain individual layers. So in this one as well, like this particular sound has just a sidechain on it, and the sub here has a sidechain on it as well. But because if I do it on the bass group, that's fine too. But then it's going to sidechain every sound that I put in that group, and sometimes I don't want to have a sound sidechained. You know, sometimes when the sound is not, you know, doesn't have a lot of low frequencies that are clashing with the kick, for instance, then there is no reason to sidechain it. So I try to do the sidechaining on the individual layers if I wanted to be sidechained, but there are areas where I might do it on groups as well. I think, oh no, I did it on the separate layers here too. See, only here, for instance, on this break, that break is not clashing with the kick, so there's only sidechaining happening to the snare because that's what it was clashing with, you know. So it's really, it depends on what I do, and sometimes I might end up sidechaining only the low end, for instance. If I think the bass works on the mid-range with the kick but it clashes with the low end of the bass, then yeah, I might just sidechain just the low end of the bass to the kick drum, you know. It really depends on what I'm doing and what I'm going for. Not every sound is going to be the same, so every sound is probably going to require a different approach as well. And that's how I usually see things. Like when I'm making something, I don't have a set way of doing it. I'm just responding to what happens. So I do something that creates a sound, and then I respond to it. So depending on what it's doing, I'm going to respond in a particular kind of way, if you get what I mean. The thing I always tell people, the best thing you can do is learn your tools. Learn what everything does and how it works. And then you can apply it in a way where you don't necessarily have a specific thing that you would do, but it's just like you're listening to what you're hearing and you think like, how can I make this better? And then you think, okay, how do I do that with the tools that I have? That's usually how I see it more. And I think that works well as well if you see it like that. Because a lot of times what you would see, especially like, for instance, the best example I think is OTT, but we had the same thing with general compressors in the past as well, where people would put a compressor on every single channel, just because they see people use compressors a lot, and there were a lot of people making videos about compression back in the day because nobody usually understood well how it worked, and then people suddenly thought, oh, I need to put a compressor on everything. No, you don't need to put a compressor on everything. You don't need to put anything on everything. You need to put the things on your sounds that you need to achieve what you want with that sound. And if that is going to be a compressor, then that's going to be a compressor, right? But and now we kind of have the same thing, right? We now have the same phase, but with OTT. In certain areas, certain people, you would just see that they smack OTT the first thing that they do on any sound that they design. I mean, I see it all the time in like with the dubstep producers. They're gonna make a patch in Serum. The first thing they do, they open up Serum, they put 2 OTTs on it, and then they're gonna design their patch, basically. And it's like, okay, I mean, if that's what you're going for, but I wouldn't do that. You get what I mean? Yo, Resonate, welcome. So if I bring this one up an octave. That was better with these ones down. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. That way it's just gonna play the same notes as the notes in the MIDI, just an octave down. And it's gonna use that, so we're not gonna get any weird chord stuff happening in this sound. It's just gonna be the same notes. It's probably gonna be easier to work with as well. What time I'm on DMB Academy tomorrow? 9 PM for me. So 9 PM Amsterdam time, which is gonna be, what is that? 8 PM GMT, I think it is. All the information is on the website of DMB Academy, so just check out this link in the chat right now, and everything should be listed on there. So I'm gonna be the last one as well, so I'm gonna be the one that's going last. I figured, because, you know, I stream really long on Friday, and I figured I'm gonna be, usually I wake up late on Saturday, so if I was gonna be the first one, that was gonna suck a little bit. So then they said, okay, well, you can be the last one. I'm like, oh, that would be great, because then it's just gonna be around the same time that I stream on Friday evening, and that's gonna be better. It's gonna be fun though. I have no idea what we're gonna make tomorrow yet, but we'll see. Whoa. You can just get such weird sounds out of it, because you could record that, and then you've basically turned this ARP, or that lead melody thing, into a much more interesting sound by just adding that portal on a parallel layer. And you can cut out the part that you like most. Yeah, it's a different YouTube channel. Okay, I just need to record, because this is... I hear all kinds of sounds that might be nice, but I'm not recording, so... Let's just set up a thing real quick. 25... That last part, that damn it. It had to loop, but okay, we have a section. I'll just work with that for now. I really like that. Well... It's so cool. There's another one somewhere here. Where is it? Thought there was another one. That part is also really nice. I would just make now a new one out of this, because when I'm making drum and bass, I usually want things to be a little bit controlled and have some kind of a repetitive thing going on. So this is kind of like changing throughout, basically. So I would just find the good sections and then make a new section out of it. So I really like that on the end, that lower part. So that section we're probably gonna use. See, that would be a really good section for the first part, I think. Let's just move that there. Let me put this bad boy on another track. We could even repeat this and then find a different section for here, for instance, so we get... See, we kind of get that repeating pattern with these notes, and there's going to be some clicks, but we can fix that in just a bit. See, that part is nice, so what if we take this, put you there. I like that. Then fade these into each other. And then maybe from here. See, that's nice. That fades good into each other. And then we have this one again. Just repeat that. Okay, I like that. I just don't like the last part here. So, this section. That higher thing. I do like that first part in front of it, but not that. So let's see if we can find a better section for that. I'm just gonna do that. Probably even just take that section, maybe. Is it there? Yes. See what happens. See, that works. Oh, we heard the wrong one. My bad. So let's say that's going to be the pattern that we're going to use for now. And then here, I might want to do something slightly different in this section. So we could take maybe another track. I could have just made a new track, but let's get rid of all of that. And let's go through this clip now. But before we do that, let's reverse it. Let's see what we get then. Here's some really cool sounds. What we could also do is take this one, unwarp it, and then pitch it down a full octave. So what is going to happen now is these are also going to get longer, so... I'm going to get a really way it sounds, but... Now, for instance, this section here, I could take that and put it right here, fade it in. Let's see what that sounds like with this one. See, that's kind of cool, having that one there. And then we can play around with this maybe. Let's maybe do that. Or we could warp it. Yes, let's warp that and then just go back to the regular pitch. It's also kind of nice. Just use the warping mode, maybe set it to texture mode. Just create some extra bits there to kind of lead into the next section, I guess. Oh, let's turn you off. We don't want the stream intro. Now, this one, I'm thinking of maybe I could try replacing this one to make it a little bit different here. Ooh, that one is kind of interesting. Just gets a bit slightly different rhythm, kind of slightly different timing, which is kind of nice. So it's gonna get more variety, I guess, over time as well. And then we could just copy this now. Now I'm thinking of adding a little bit of EQ on this and just doing a little bit of maybe filtering the percussion in a little bit over time. No, don't like that. Now we're gonna have to do something with that as well, because I kind of want to get rid of it at some point during this section. The question is where and how, what we're gonna do with it, but I'm gonna call that weird lead. Probably the best way to describe it. I'll put the omnisphere in there as well, because that's the sound that I use to make it from. So if I need some other bits later, then I still have that omnisphere. Yo, Tom Cross, welcome to the stream. So the question now is, what does that sound like without the drums? Okay, so that this layer it's probably going to be different. Yeah, I really like that lead sound as well. It's quite cool what Portal does to like simple sounds, because the initial sound is really simple. It's just a sound that's very simple, straight out of Omnisphere. And just by adding that Portal to it, you kind of add that granular layer, which adds all these weird extra bits. And if you then just record that and just take the best bits out, you can get some really interesting sort of like lead patterns, or even do it on bass or drums, you know. You can put that on your entire drums and just put a portal on there and record the output, and you're gonna get all kinds of weird stuff, and then just chop out what you like and use it as percussion, you know. I bet if I would put Porto on the drums here, then we would get some pretty weird stuff as well. Like in the intro especially, where there's no other things happening. And then just go to one of those presets. Let's see. That one maybe. See, you can just record and just take good bits out. And that's what I do a lot. It's so good. Might want to have a kick there at the start of the track. Just make it a bit quieter, maybe. Now this kick is done in vital. I'll just make another track. Let's just duplicate this and get rid of all of these. Put you there. Let's just call that intro kick. Remove that one, so we can have a slightly different one here. I guess that. So like, you know, just a bit more of a low pass version, even though the kick is already quite low pass, but just having like a more low pass version for the intro would be good. And don't, maybe not here, but just for that first one here, or maybe I'll put one here as well. But that works. Just right off the bat makes that that one single kick hit makes that first part of the track so much better. Like, it lacks a bit of impact. We do have this, but it lacks some extra impact. So adding that extra kick just does it. So I need to piss. So I'm gonna let you guys just listen to this, even though it's not necessarily gonna make much sense right now. I can fix that real quick. Let me just do this and then remove this, so that we're gonna have it's probably still not gonna make a lot of sense, but now you're gonna get that. So yo, that doesn't make sense yet, but that's fine for now. I need to piss. I'm gonna be back in just a little bit. You guys can listen to this while I'm gone. I'll be back in a couple of seconds. So see you in just a bit.
Interpolate. 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 Interpolate.
Okay.
Interpolate.
Did the intro make a lot of sense already or not? Haven't heard it yet. Haven't heard the transition. Well. Okay, that works. Let's go and do... Let's take that one out and that one out, maybe. Yeah, so that we get... I like that. Just a little extra gap there. Double sound coming from my mic? What do you mean? Oh, you mean that you heard the audio through my mic? Oh, that might have happened if I leaned too much into my microphone, because my headphones are not a fully closed back headphone. I'll turn my headphones down a bit. Might be a good indication that my headphone volume is too loud. Sometimes it happens. Sometimes it happens. Just bleeds the audio from the headphone into the microphone. Because there's a bit of compression on the mic as well, because otherwise if I lean away from the mic, the audio is going to get super quiet. And that way, that stays a little bit at the same level. There's a gate on it as well on my mic, so it should most of the time filter it out if there's any sound coming from my headphones, but... If that's happening, then that's very subtle probably, because it's just... yeah, what I said. So yeah, taking that one head out there is good. I do think I want to have a different snare in the intro, or at least a snare drum that is less big as this one. So I'm thinking I could duplicate this one. And see if we can make this one a little bit different. Doesn't even have that much high end, to be honest. Is that from the heads then? That it's layered with the heads? Ah, okay. So there's a lot of high end added to the snare because of the heads. Okay, that's fine. Then we can probably make this one a bit shorter as well without affecting that high end too much. See, this one has high end in it as well. You can see there's some clear noise here, but we can probably take a good amount of that out with a fade without losing too much high end, because there's also high end coming from the heads. We can kind of shorten it in the intro maybe. So that versus definitely makes it a bit a bit lighter sounding for the intro. I think that would be a good thing to do. You got a plan set out for your D&B Academy stream tomorrow, or you're just freestyling it? I don't know what the other guys are doing, but I think the other guys are doing some track breakdowns. So they're just gonna go through a track and just show you how they made it. So I figured, let me just do a freestyle, and let me just wing it, and just do what I always do. Although I'm gonna have to be, tomorrow I'm gonna have to be a little bit, you know, I can't do these things like I'm doing right now. Basically, I can't just go to the chat and say like, oh, that's a non-music related question, and just go and talk about it. I can't do that tomorrow. I will be just answering music production questions, and that's basically it. But yeah, I'll be doing basically live music production. I'm gonna be starting from complete scratch as well. I asked them like, what would you prefer? Would you prefer me to start from scratch, or just work on a track that I've already worked on my own channel? And they said, well, because there's probably gonna be people that are more like beginners watching as well, just start something from scratch and maybe sort of like make an idea for a drop or something like that, which I think would be a really cool thing to do. I do have an idea for the vocal already that we're gonna use tomorrow, so that's already sort of like figured out, so that I don't have to worry about that. So we just have a little short vocal for in front of the drop, and then we can probably just work on a drop idea or something like that, and just, you know, showing how that would evolve and how you would start from scratch and see where everything goes from there, because I think that's probably something that people also struggle with a lot. But it'll probably be fun. It'll be fun. It's cool that they're doing it, you know. They're bringing a couple of people together. You know, Steven, was it right? Seamless? Like, we're doing similar stuff already, so it's cool that they're bringing us all together in one place for this event. It's just a nice little thing to do, and it kind of bridges our audiences together, which is always good, you know. Even though there's already a big amount of you people that watch most of us, it still helps, because there's gonna be people that only watch maybe Seamless, and there's gonna be people that only watch Let's Synthesize, right? And there's gonna be people that only watch D&B Academy and not one of the others, so it's always gonna be good to do things like this. So they asked it, and they were like, yo, would you be interested? I was like, sure, that sounds great. That's nice. I always like doing that. So, let's see. So, that one. I wonder what else we can do to it. Let's see if I'm just gonna try something real quick, see what it sounds like. Definitely, this is gonna be cool. So, let's automate that. We're gonna have just a low octave here. Oh, that's the wrong way around. It's actually really basic. Andre from D&B Academy, he just hit me up. He sent me an email, and he was like, yo, would you be interested? I didn't see his email initially. My email is an absolute mess. I get so many spam emails. I've already set up all my spam filters, but it's just they keep coming through, basically. And I'm just sorting through that. But I just get so many emails that it's like I do see most of them, but this one just slipped through. So they hit me up on Discord, and they were like, "Yo, we sent you an email." And I was like, "Oh, let me check." So I checked it, and they were like, "Yo, would you be interested for this? And I was like, yeah, of course I'm interested. That's always nice to do. And I didn't even knew that they were going to be like other people involved as well. Well, they said it, I think, but they didn't said who. I think at first. But obviously I already knew who were going to be involved before everybody knew. But it's just really simple. Basically, they just asked and I said yes. That's it. That's it. We've been talking behind the scenes a bit, of course, as well. But there might be more future collaborations as well. So there might be more future collaborations between me and D&B Academy. I'm just gonna say that already. They're doing a lot more. Like, next to these streams, they do really a lot of tutorials right now. So, and they get like basically people doing tutorials for them. So you can kind of figure out what the collaborations are probably gonna be in the future. But we're definitely planning on doing some more stuff than just this production marathon. This is just kind of like the first thing that we're doing, but they came up with the idea, and they had this plan of doing this because it's the 17th of April, and they were like, yo, let's do this event. And I was like, yeah, that's nice. And yeah, like I said, collaborations are always good because you kind of like bridge audiences together, which is always a plus. The same thing goes for collaborations with other artists. Like if you're making music and if you do a collaboration with somebody, you're gonna have two audiences coming together, and that's always gonna be good because then people, at least even if it's only one person from the audience of that one artist that finds out about the other one because of the collaboration, that's already a plus to me, you know? It doesn't matter how many people are actually gonna find out about the other artist, but because of the collab, anyone that finds out is already a plus. That's one extra person that now knows about your music, right? Or about what you do. So, yeah, and it goes for anything in art. You know, if you make, I don't know, if you do photography and you work together with a model, then you now have bridged the audience from that model that she might have on social media with your own audience as a photographer. And if there are people interested in her modeling, then there are probably going to be people interested in her stuff that are also going to be interested in photography, maybe, right? So you can bridge a lot of audiences together in a lot of ways, and that's always good. It's probably one of the easiest marketing thing to do, is just to collaborate with another brand or another person. It's such an easy way to get extra people on whatever you do. There's a good reason why brands as well like to sponsor, for instance, influencers or whatever you want to call them. You know, people that have a social media following. There's a good reason why brands want to work with people like that, because it helps them, you know. And the same thing goes for music, to be honest. It's just the exact same thing. Okay, now we have... See, we don't even need this pattern here right now. So now we get some more higher stuff coming in. Kinda like this. Yeah, influencer is a scary word. I know. People with a social media following just sounds a little bit more nicer than an influencer. Like the word has basically been tainted by just fucking dumb people, if you get what I mean. It's just been tainted, and now that whole word just has a hugely bad name. While in reality, is it a bad word? I mean, no. It's just that it's people associated with people doing dumb fucking shit. Yeah. I don't see myself as that either, though. Like, absolutely not. I hate that word too. But people know what you mean when you say it, so. Okay, so here I probably want to have some kind of a thing coming in like this one. So maybe actually make this one come in here. No, I don't like that one, so goodbye. Well, let's just take Vital instead, before we get another serum crash. It's so annoying, that new thing that they did. They switched the default grid when you make a new MIDI clip to 1/16. But when I make a MIDI clip that is like 16 bars long, then you get this. And if I want to click in a MIDI note, then most of the time I click in the wrong spot because the grid is so hugely small. Hugely small. That was a bit of a contradiction, but I always had it on narrow, and it would always be the default to have it on narrow. But now they changed it to 1/16, and there's no way to save that default, which is so annoying. So every time I make a MIDI clip, I have to adjust the grid. I'm not sure if I'm the only one that has noticed that, but I got partial big brain, I hope. I hope. Partial big brain and partial smooth brain. That's gonna be the best one to describe it, maybe. So I still average out. Probably want to keep that at 1/8 so that we already kind of introduce that 1/8 note pattern in that's hitting in a drop, because otherwise it's going to be a little weird, I think. I could do take this and then do. Oh, let me snap that to the grid. Maybe. I think a sustained actually was better. Let's get rid of this. on the last one I want to make it go down quicker, so make this 8/1. Let's move this one to here, and then do that, and then here we're gonna do something like this. And then we need a little note there as well, I guess. Maybe only one beat. Let's just extend that. So I like that low layer, but I'm going to add a macro to the volume here so that I can sort of like bring it in over time. So here we have very little of it, and then just sort of like bring it in, which is kind of nice. So let's just do low octave or something like that. And then let's just automate it so that we maybe bring it up a little bit here. And then when the drums come in, it goes to the full sort of like lower layer as well. Okay, let's do some processing to it. I'm gonna bring the spread down a bit here, because this one, it shouldn't be too wide. It can have a little bit of width, but it shouldn't be too wide because it's mostly a low frequency layer. That's doing too much to it. Let's just go for I guess low pass filter, and then just take that one and let's just automate that maybe throughout the entire section. Could also introduce that rhythm that I have in the drop on this sound maybe by doing, let's see, Alt here. Let's do this, that, and then that. Okay, let's just do this. Yo, come on. Do that, and then move them a little bit. Add a little bit of that, sort of like a rhythm to it. This automation is doing too much. I think it's decreasing too much of the volume or something. So let's not do that. Let's just leave it like this. Just remove this. And then just bring it up. Can also play around with this and maybe bring them more to here. Make sure that they're all the same distance from the start. I think it's better if they're... Yeah, just doing that might be good. Okay. We probably should start rising here as well, or at least have some kind of a layer that starts rising, or something that starts coming in, sort of like building the tension. Now we could do an actual riser, but I'm not sure if that's going to be the best to do. I think what could also be fun is having a sound go down in pitch instead, so that we're sort of like, because I'm taking the drums out for quite a long spot here in front of the drop, going down in pitch, and then here sort of like taking most of the things out, maybe even the low pad as well, taking that one out completely, and sort of like have this section be almost empty with just some stuff maybe leading into that vocal, and then having the drop hit. So let's see if we can make that. Let's see. That's the same sound from the intro. Doesn't really have a steady pitch. Let's see if we have something that has... Hey! Seagull cow. Bad single notes. That's gonna work out. Let's take a random sound. Put that in a sampler. Let's just take a short section. Crossfade that. And let's see if we can turn that into something that... See? Now I have to do that again. It's so annoying. I wish they hadn't done that, but... E3... Let's take something that sounds a bit more... Yeah, that sounds more pleasing. Let's let's go. So I could make this one go down in pitch. Let's not make it an MPE thing. Yo. Whatever. I thought this one is MPE too. Why can't I turn it off? Okay, well, whatever. It has a pitch bend range and a normal pitch bend range, so it should probably still work. Let's add a pitch bend to this. Yeah, okay, that works good. Now I can maybe... Should I use this sound as well here? Damn it! One moment. Ableton is crashed again. And the audio doesn't stop eating. Let's just do that real quick. One moment. I can't even click it away. That's nice. Task manager. Oh, I think it's officially crashed. Yeah. It's I'm so done with the crashes. It's definitely since Ableton 11. Yeah, definitely since Ableton 11. Definitely. I've had crashes on 10 as well, but not this often. So it's definitely since 11. And since 11 it's been doing some other stuff that is quite annoying as well, so... Like, if I use my ASIO driver when I'm streaming, I get way more glitches in the audio than when I'm streaming with Ableton Live 11. And it's not my audio interface or my audio settings, because in Live 10 it worked good. And in Live 11, as soon as I use my ASIO driver, it just sounds like fucking shit. So, it's definitely 11. Yeah, there is something happening with the CPU, and I'm indeed, yes, I agree. There is something happening with the CPU. Ableton made a statement earlier that they said that it was because the CPU metering is different, that everybody thinks the CPU does something different, but no, the CPU is indeed doing more in 11 than it does in 10. I've looked at it, I checked it, and it is indeed the case. There is some kind of a bug happening with something that eats more CPU. I'm not sure what it is. They need to figure it out, but yeah, there is something definitely still wrong compared to Live 10. It's also with the disk metering, you know, same thing. Like disk metering also gives me sometimes it gives me random pop-ups on that meter, like it says like, yo, I can't read the samples from the disk, but there's nothing in the audio that would indicate that. Like, I hear every sound that should be there, but the meter says that it can't read a particular sample in time to play it. But why is it playing that sound then? You know, it's like, it doesn't make sense. And the same thing with the CPU. Like, when the CPU goes above 0, what should happen is you should get a glitch in the audio. Because when the CPU goes above 100%, what that means, it means that the CPU cannot process all the audio in time for it to play it. So it would have to drop out the audio, which results in a glitch. But I see that meter go above 100% so many times, and never do I hear the audio drop out. So that doesn't make sense. And it always happens when I open up plugin windows. When I open up a plugin window, it just spikes above 100%. But if the audio is playing, there's no audio glitches or dropouts happening, so that's weird, you know? And the same thing that I also still don't get is, and the live set is almost restored, by the way. The other thing I also don't get is, how can I have an average CPU usage, and I'll show you in a bit, one moment. I need to actually see it to make sure that I say it properly. Yes, come on. Okay, the automation is stuck. Let me save the project under a new name. Save version 8. Let me reload that again so that the automation is not stuck anymore. But there's another thing with the CPU metering that I just don't get. Like, you see the current CPU usage, right? If you set it to current, you see it moves more. It moves a lot quicker than when you set it to average mode, which makes sense because with average mode it takes the average over a particular period of time, and with current mode it just displays the actual current value of CPU use. At least that's what it's supposed to do. But if the current CPU value is always higher than the average value, how can the average value then be lower than the lowest point you see on the current value at all times? Like, unless it's not displaying everything on the current value meter. Current value meter. Yo, mate. But it's like, it doesn't make sense. Like, if there is an average, then I would expect that at some points, for instance, when the DAW is in idle mode, when it's not playing anything back, that the value is going to be lower than the average that you see on the meter, and then when it's playing audio back, then the value is going to be higher than the average. But that's not the case. So, we're back in Ableton. Here we have the CPU meter, the current value right here, just sitting there. Yeah, I think it's a false value as well, or at least something that is false. Like, this might be right. That it idles at 6-7%, that might be right, but how can the average be 7% if it never goes below 7%? Like, I see it going from 7 to 10. So shouldn't the average then be 8.5? Then, and not 7? Like, it could be me, but do you see it go below 7%? I don't see it go below 7. And the beauty is, if we start playing stuff, like, how can it be that the average value is always lower than the real-time value? Like, that doesn't make sense, to me at least, unless you don't see everything, and the value that the current value is actually going lower than 7 as well, but we don't see that. Then it would make sense, but yeah. See what I mean? It's like, yeah, I'm not sure about that. And if I turn this one on, the CPU overload indication, I guess when I play it's just gonna pop up here. Okay, not now, but look when I open up a plugin window. Let's just open up this free clip. Let's see look at the CPU meter at the top. Let's see what happens. Okay, nothing happened with this one, but sometimes it just spikes up to... weird. Maybe if I play audio at the same time. See? Bam. If you play audio and then you also open plugin windows, the CPU spikes above 100% for some weird reason. No sound for you guys? Oh. Yeah, I turned the DAW audio off because it wouldn't stop when I was... Now you should be able to hear my DAW again. But you know, look, it's just like... Right now, what was it? Yeah, when you have sound playing and then you open plugin windows, then it spikes above 100% for some weird reason. See? Bam, there it goes. Close this one down. Let's open the clipping now. Doesn't do it without. Camel crushing. Not that one either. plugins that do have a bit more of a bigger interface. See? Bam. So there is something still happening, and it seems to be when it opens plugin windows that it's using a lot of CPU for no reason. Plus, I'm not sure if it's actually using a lot of CPU, because when I look at my task manager while I do that, I don't necessarily see huge spikes happening. So I would be able to see those spikes on my individual threads as well if I do that, but that doesn't happen. So that makes me even more, you know, that makes me even think even more that this value is actually doing something wrong. Mic is dying? What do you mean? What do you mean mic is dying? Do I sound weird? Or is my mic audio still fine? Mic audio still fine. Oh, that sounds fine. That sounded fine. Oh yeah, of course it hasn't saved the low pad. Nice. Great. It hasn't saved this pad. It's not too bad, no, too big of a deal. It wasn't that complicated. It was mostly just a bunch of saws with some more saws at a lower octave. Something like that maybe. And then this one down a bit. And then we had some movement on there with something like this. Distortion when talking and music going on at the same time. Oh, maybe then we were clipping. That might have been a thing, but there's no what is it? Sidechain between the DAW audio and my voice, so that might have happened. Could bring the levels down a bit. Let's see. I could bring them to let's set them all to -6.5. You might have to turn your gain up a little bit more, but then we might not clip, so that should be better then. Oh, all the time, mate, all the time. Come across sounds all the time that make me go, I wonder how they made that. Not sure what else we did to this one. I think I added a bit of chorus. And a phaser, right? I think I had something like this. Doesn't make too much. Doesn't matter too much, you know. It's just gonna be an extra layer there for now. Then we had this LFO2 on it. That's, yeah, of course, not saved either. Let's do one beat. Or one bar. Sorry. Remake that pattern. And back that one down a bit. I think that's basically what we had. Let's save before we do anything. Yeah, and this one has saved. That's always so weird. It doesn't save like third-party patches when it crashes. I'm not sure why. That's been a thing with Ableton for a long time actually. It seems with some presets it doesn't save the undo actions. While with all the Ableton devices it of course does that perfectly, but has it saved the... Oh yeah, there's no portal happening on here anymore. I was thinking, has it saved the portal patch, but there's no portal on here. Cool, so now we have this sound I'm gonna be working on. Now I was doing this when it crashed. And I wanted to put on an auto filter, if I remember correctly. Phew. So it's going down a lot, and I don't like that. I'm gonna do maybe just one semitone even. Oh no, not one. Then it's gonna end up on the wrong pitch. We could make it go down maybe just 5 semitones. Yo, welcome. Okay. I could, instead of doing pitch bends, could also do this. Let's get rid of that one. Yeah, I'm on 11.0.2. I'm feeling better than last week, definitely, yeah. So what I could do on this one is use the spectral resonator, I think it was. Let's do that without the filters first. Is it worth the upgrade? I mean, the new devices are definitely worth it, but the extra sort of like issues that it has brought forward right now aren't, in my opinion. But they'll probably figure them out soon enough. But for now, there's still some issues with it, you know. Instead of doing a pitch bend, we could use this one See if it's now the moment it's gonna reach this section, listen to what happens. Hear that effect? I love this effect. It's so good. I love that effect, it's so good. Use it all the time. Ever since I upgraded, I've been using this one a lot. Just do maybe... let's just do that so that it... or just leave that one down. So I think I'm gonna use that. Not sure if that's gonna sound cool with the filters.
Interpolate.
It's such a cool effect. You can really make sort of like anything into a riser with it, or in this case it falls down in pitch, but I could automate this one up as well. Like if I automate this up, we're gonna get the same thing but then opposite. Then it starts like this and then... But the beautiful thing is, listen closely. The original fundamental harmonic is not pitching up. And you can see it here as well. See, the fundamental stays the same. The harmonics on top of it are being pitched. So you can put this on the sound and you can pitch stuff up. The upper harmonics, you can pitch those around without affecting the original fundamental, which is a really cool effect. It's sort of like different than a pitch bend, of course, because with a pitch bend you're also moving the fundamental around. You're moving the entire pitch around. Whereas this one looks at the incoming fundamentals and then it sort of like pitches those, which is really cool. But it does some more things as well, because it's kind of like a reverb too, because it's sort of like a pitched reverb in a way. They call it a spectral resonator, but you can kind of use it as a pitched reverb because you've got these different modes here. So you can sort of like add this to it, which is kind of cool. This granular mode is really weird. You can turn anything into weird bell sounds. Wonder is a bit... That one sounds pretty good too. The chorus one I like a lot. So you can automate that mod rate as well, so you get more attention towards the end by making it go faster and faster. And then there is the pitch here, the pitch mod. You can sort of like add some detuning to the individual. So like a vibrato effect. And then there's of course here a pitch shift as well, which is an actual pitch, which is a pitch shift for the stretch, I think. Oh yeah, so it's such a weird thing. You can limit the amount of harmonics as well, I think. See, so now you only have the fundamental. So it's a really interesting, weird little device. can do a lot with that. I like the tuned mode as well, though. Tuned mode is really nice. But there's no pitch bend happening. Okay, so we're gonna automate some more stuff, I think. That pitch mod was kind of cool.
Interpolate.
Sure, why not? Sounds kind of cool. And then we have that moderate, so I think I'll do something like this maybe, and then modulate that up throughout this section here. Yeah, on frequency mode is really cool too. We could try that one out. But I feel in frequency mode it does pitch the fundamental. See? In frequency mode it actually pitches the entire sound, but on this one it sort of like takes a frequency and it leaves that one. And I think it's the frequency that you set here. So if I do E3, see it's higher. And now this one should stay at the same spot when we start pitching up. See? So that's kind of cool. So I'm gonna do that as well. So let's take the dry wet and let's automate that over time. Oh yes, and we were going down initially. Now we're suddenly going up. Let's go down. Stretch. Going down. I love that sound going down.
Interpolate.
I'm gonna have to do some extra stuff to it because of that spectral resonator we're getting a lot of low end. So let's just put an EQ on this, probably towards the end. Oh, it's not even that bad because we have the high pass, of course, but might want to do some reverb automation on it as well towards the end, so we can kind of fade it out a bit more. Because we want to start fading out that sound a little bit, and then maybe add some more rises towards the end, and then cut everything out when the vocal hits. So basically right here, cut everything out. But I'll resample this one probably. Or should I just shorten the MIDI note? Right there. See, but that resonator also has a decay, so that adds a bit more extra decay there. So I'm gonna just resample that. I'll leave this sound in here though. Oh, one moment. Let me turn that annoying meter off. See, until they fix it, I just turn it off. Because it's so annoying. Let's freeze this. We're gonna get to the drop as well now. Like, I do think I want to do some more stuff in the intro, maybe filter the drums a bit to kind of make... I feel like maybe in the second half of this, so like from here, maybe the drums should get quieter a bit or low passed a bit, so that it kind of fades out all a bit, so like along with that thing that's stretching. And then the drop is going to come in a bit more abrupt as well, which might be nice. Might give us a bit more contrast. So then we take this one, just move it down here, and then just mute that layer. So we just have that still. If we need to change it, we can use that. Maybe turn that MIDI clip off so it's not doing anything. So now we just have this one. Oh wait, I wanted to do reverb on it. Let's do that first. Let's do this. Turn that one off, turn that one on. Let's do some reverb on it first. Okay, let's put it on 100% wet first. Just listen to this section here. Let's automate that in. And then we'll resample this thing, so let's just freeze it now. Thanks for that one. Thanks for that one, Crumbo Bulu Michaels, or something like that. Thanks for that. That's a mouthful. And let's just move this one now to the other track. That way we also get rid of the reverb tail. You can just do this, turn this one back on, and then let's mute that one. So then we can also easily just cut it short like that.
Interpolate.
Now that lead synth also needs to start fading out. I feel this one has too much low end. Let's do a little bit of a high pass on it maybe, or maybe not even a high pass, but just getting rid of a bit of that right there. Which is mostly the fundamental, but we mostly just need that. What should I do to this one? First of all, put an EQ on it. Because look at that. Ooh, what if we put the spectral resonator on here as well? Let's go in here, let's take this one, copy it, and let's put it on this layer. That might be weird. That's copied over the same automation now as well, of course. That might be fun. Let's do E3. See if we can make that work in the mix. So we have the dry wet here. I can it's a little weird that it comes in then like that, but might want to do it as a parallel layer. Yeah, that might be better. Instead of doing this, let's delete the automation on dry wet. I'm gonna leave that at 100%. And what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna group this in a rack. Just make a dry chain. So this is the wet, and this is dry. And let's just map that to macro 1, and let's map this one to macro 2. So this is the dry mix, or no, let's do dry gain. Makes a bit more sense. And this is the... wait. This is the dry gain. My bad. That's dry gain, and then this is the wet gain. Come on. Wet gain. Let's leave that one all the way down. Let's go into the mapping. I'm just going to change that real quick so that we have 0 instead of 6. So now we're going to have the dry level just here. So we're just going to have that. And then I can bring the wet channel in as well during this section, maybe here. It's just going to get a bit louder as well. And then I can start bringing the dry gain down in this section. See? Maybe even do this. Bring the dry gain down from here. Start bringing it down until all the way so that we only have the weird one left. And then take the wet gain. Instead of bringing it up all the way, let's just do this. To minus 12-ish. And then just bring it up here. So that we get... we don't really hear the stretching one right away. And there it sort of like starts coming in a little bit. And now we really start hearing it. See? And the other one starts going down as well. So let's check the other one, the dry gain. Let's just do that. Dry gain and wet gain. We can probably start bringing this one down a bit as well towards the end. Maybe even do this. And then just curve that one up a bit. So you almost don't hear it anymore here, which is good.
Interpolate.
Because that way we can sort of like start preparing for that drop, right? I might want to introduce a bass sound as well that I might make for the drop right now, because see, the drop itself is good, but we need a sort of like an extra layer on top of this, because that's fine, but we need maybe something coming in every now and then, some weird little bits and pieces on top of it. So those I might be able to introduce in this intro section as well, when this leads into sort of like starting to get a bit more quiet and a bit more inaudible because of all the effects that are sort of like being automated in. Then I can also start working on introducing some of the bass parts and making those fade in so that they become more audible, if you get what I mean. So basically just doing the opposite. and starting with a really wet sound and making it become more dry as the other one becomes wetter, and that way you can kind of bridge the two sections. Yeah, the snare drum is nice. I love this snare. I made it earlier. That's just the intro one, but the one in the drop, yeah, I like that one. It's pretty simple, actually. It's just really loud. That's basically it. It's just really loud.
Interpolate.
I just wish the vocal actually said interpolate and not inturbulate or something like that.
Interpolate.
That one works better. That one says interpolate, actually.
Interpolate. Interpolate.
I need a Red Bull.
Interpolate. Switch.
I like the switch at the end as well. That's gonna be good for the second half there. It's obviously gonna be a switch after that. We first need to figure out the first part. Now, when this one stops here, so I can still hear that lead a little bit, and I don't like that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do a little bit of volume automation on that lead as well, just to kind of duck it down a little bit. I don't want to take it out completely, because it does add a little bit to the ambience, and it also has that pitching thing going on, so that adds to the sort of like build, but I feel like it's still a little bit too loud in this section right here. So what I'm gonna do is just do maybe just to take this section down a little bit. Just do that. Maybe make this one go down even more so that it just fades out more.
Interpolate.
And that low pad, might take that one out here already. Might do a lot of stuff on that one as well. I don't like that low pad yet. It is still too simple compared to the rest, so that one needs work, but I don't want to do that now. I want to focus on the drop. Vocoder on interpolate. For the switch up, you mean? I don't know, maybe. But the vocal is actually quite fun. There's some cool stuff happening on that as well. It's just a text-to-speech sample.
Interpolate. Interpolate.
And I just did a little pitch shifting thing on it. So one dry chain and one chain that is doing a -5 pitch shifter, so that you get sort of like a power chord, right? But the upper note from the power chord, the perfect fifth, is the lowest note. So you're getting a perfect fifth, and then you get the octave, let's say, above the root. So you get a weird kind of effect, and that turns it into
Interpolate. Interpolate.
so like that extra pitch layer on top of it. Yeah, I did send you the first version.
Interpolate. Interpolate.
And I'm bit crushing that.
Interpolate.
Distortion.
Interpolate.
And then just
Interpolate.
do that.
Interpolate.
And let's see. I have this one. I kind of think it might be nice to try out.
Interpolate. Interpolate.
Gotta find the right one.
Interpolate.
I think that's about right.
Interpolate.
So what are we gonna add on top? Let's see. Let's recap. I really don't like the blow pad. Just take it out. When in doubt, just remove it. We'll add something else later for that lower section. I feel like it starts bending too early. Which is this one, right? Yeah. Okay. Let's fix that. So, where's the stretch? Stretch is here. Let's maybe do this. So we still get that. And then we get... That might be pretty cool. See what that sounds like, but before I resample it. Yeah, that might be better.
Interpolate.
That might be better. Although I could maybe do a little tiny bit. Just start bending really subtle. See, so it does kind of like that, maybe. That's gonna be a lot better. Because otherwise when the drums come in, it feels like it starts bending in pitch already, which is kind of weird because the drums have just come in. So I just kind of think if the main kick and snare there come in, let's do it this way. Let's just freeze and flatten. Yo, Gray, are you seriously just watching on on both YouTube and Twitch? Are you mod on YouTube as well? Or only on Twitch? Oh no, you are mod on YouTube as well. Good. Otherwise I would have made you a mod real quick. Let's take this one. And let's just copy that down to this one. Do that. I'm thinking about what we can do on top of that sub bass. If you have any ideas, just let me know in the chat. Yo, is it now? Oh no, that's not bending yet. Oh, then it's coming from this one. Oh yeah, I copied over the same thing to this one, so I should also probably change it here. That was the stretch. Yeah, probably. Let's do a little bit of a different one on this one as well. Let's maybe just do that. Just do the same kind of thing. No, I didn't make the drop on stream. Yeah, that's gonna be better.
Interpolate.
Yeah, I have been thinking about that as well, taking that step bass, maybe duplicating that one and doing something with that. Can just maybe take the MIDI here. That's a bit much. That's a bit much. Let's do... Just make this one... Oh, my bad. Make this one note. The drums are also pretty simple actually. The kick drum is a Vital. So this is just a patch in Vital that I made. It's actually part of my Patreon pack for Vital. So hey, I gotta plug that Patreon right now real quick. If you wanna join my Patreon, then that's the link. You can join my Patreon and you can download a whole bunch of things from there, and I'm uploading more things as we go, so you're gonna be able to download more and more things there. So yeah, it's just a kick from Vital, and oh, the spread is still up on the kick. Interesting. Normally I would bring the spread down so that we get a more consistent sound, but I guess I'll just leave it because it sounds kind of good. Although maybe I should bring it down. But that's just a Vital. Just do that. And the snare drum, yeah, this is a sample right now because I resampled it, but it was a snare drum I made from layering a couple of other snare drums and then fading them into each other. But I resampled it, so it's now one sample. But it's nice. It works. And then the percussion, yeah, I already went over that at the start of the stream, so I'm not gonna do that again. I'm gonna have more stuff happening here for sure, but...
Interpolate.
Alright, let's go to here. Let's do something with this, so... Okay, nice. So everything is being controlled by one LFO, so I can just start changing this LFO shape. Let's set it to 1/8. Let's go in here, and let's, don't need that probably, because we already have, you know, a bass there, so we don't need an extra bass. Can play around with the M transformer. Minus 89.92. Okay. Not sure if I'm gonna like this layer, but we're gonna try. Let's do a low pass filter on it or something. I think I'll make a different sound instead of doing that one again. I'm thinking somewhere here at the end. And definitely something here.
Interpolate.
What can we do here? Maybe something hitting on F. That doesn't make sense. Doesn't matter what I do there. Let's bring this one down, and let's see if we can do some pitch movement on that. Let's actually do that on the master pitch. LFO 1 to global voice transpose. What are you talking about? The stab bass, using that as a layer on the sub every now and then. No, I don't like that. That was I was just using that, right? That sounds good. Let's use the same one. Maybe one of these. Get something weird. Oh. Oh. That's. Ugh. Just. Ugh. What is that synth? This is Vital by Matt Teitel. This is an amazing synth. It's a free synth as well, so you can get this for free. It's a couple of limited features, but those features are very niche, sort of like features that you probably wouldn't really use a lot. So there's absolutely no reason to not pick this one up. It's like the only thing that's really limited is this thing right here. So you have this text to wavetable. So you can, because that is based on basically the creator of the plugin, he has to pay for that basically, because it's probably just an online hosted text-to-speech thing. That's sort of like a server somewhere that hosts that text-to-speech engine or thing, whatever it is. And when you fill in text here, then it sends, you know, request to that, and then it downloads the text to wavetable as a wavetable. So you can make like vowel wavetables out of that. But with the free version, you're limited to, I think, what is it, 3 per day or per week? What is it? Something like that. And then with the paid version, you have unlimited text to wavetable. But other than that, I think it's fully functional. The only thing with the free version is that you get less presets and less wavetables included. But you can make your own wavetables by dragging stuff in and doing all kinds of stuff. Downloading my upcoming Patreon wavetable pack that's gonna come out soon. Hint, hint. I actually have a whole pack, like this this oscillator as well, like this pack right here. Those are all gonna come out soon, which is all wavetables that I made so far for Vital. But that... Oh, that's weird. It sounds a little weird on its own right now, because there's also no sidechain on this sound. Let's take the sidechain from this one. It really only needs sidechain from the kick, but just let's just take them both, in case I want to use that sound under a snare later as well. See, that already works better. Now we can actually hear the kick. But this sounds still a bit weird compared to the rest. Let's see. See, it has too much, I don't know, it's too boxy sounding, or it has too much mids. Yeah, I'm still doing, I'm still part of the beta thing for Kilohertz as well, but I'm gonna be doing some more videos with that as well. Right now I've been using Vital a lot because it's just such a nice synth, and it's one of the ones that has come out most recently, so you know, kind of like working with this. But this is nice, this comb filter thing. Now it's set to whatever this is now. Let me just copy this value so we don't lose it. And let me find... Then you can also go and say 12 semitones. Now it's gonna sound really clean as well. For instance, 24. It's gonna sound cleaner than when I do it slightly off. Maybe here it makes more sense. We can go to minus 13 or minus 12. Let's see, minus 12. See, that one sounds very clean. But I really like that value that we had, actually. That sounded really interesting. Gives that high-pitched part a really weird sound. But we could also try using this one and automating this position. Just ever so slightly. Let's see what that does. And moving it down a bit. That's kind of cool. Why not change to Bitwig? Because I'm an Ableton user. Hey. I mean, everybody has their own preference for DAW, right? It doesn't really matter what you use. It's just all about what you're comfortable using. You know, it doesn't really matter. Try that on the first one. Ah, okay. That's something that can be automated to change it up over time. I mean, I'm willing to give it a shot someday, don't get me wrong. Like, I never tried Bitwig, so I don't know how I would like it, because when I was on my hunt for which DAW I was really gonna put my money into, then Bitwig wasn't out yet, so... Doesn't really do much. But that might be nice, just having a bit of noise on it. Dun 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 dun. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? No, not this one, this one. How did we do that again? Do that. Not sure where we're gonna do this. Let's see. Can we... Oh, damn, that's right. Clear curvature. That's not doing anything. Okay, that works. I think I had a wave shaper on the other one as well. Let's see. Oh, that's just a regular wave shaper that I used. Oh, okay. Let's just take that one. But it's an 8-track only? What are you talking about? What is 8-track only? Not sure. That's... so that's what I did. We need some EQ as well. That always works. If you don't like the long reverb tail, just put the amp envelope on the mix. Fixed. Always good. That's gonna get weird. It's probably gonna get too weird. Bit much. That sounded weird. Okay, that's a bit much, yeah. I'm just gonna use that one for now. I mean, the filters in Vital are pretty sick. And you got a lot of control over it. Like, there's so many different things. Because this one right here, it says cut, but it's not the cutoff. The cutoff is this one, that slider above it. This is like, it cuts more like, I guess it makes it sound darker or brighter in a way. So you can sort of like affect the tone of the filter as well, without really bringing the cutoff down, which is kind of cool. So there's a whole bunch of things, and on the regular filters it's basically just a drive, so it's basically just adding some saturation. But on these combs you can see it as well. Like if I move this around, see, it gets more upper harmonics, and here it sort of like dulls them down a bit, so you can it's a really interesting filter shapes. Need to piss again. How late is it? Midnight. Good time to go and have a piss. Okay. You guys can listen to this while I'm gone. I'm gonna be back in just a little bit, and then we'll see if we can make this drop even better. But now, I need to take a piss. I'll be back in just a little bit.
Interpolate. 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 Switch. Interpolate. Interpolate.
Okay, that doesn't fit yet. Doesn't fit too well yet.
Interpolate.
Okay, let's try 31.
Interpolate.
Let's use, let's see, reverb maybe? I actually think we need some more reverb on this, even though I just, like, I don't like that reverb tail coming from the reverb in Vital, but I'm thinking an additional reverb on it might be nice. Do it after the EQ. Probably. Let's group that in a rack so that we don't affect the dry chain, but we just add to it.
Interpolate.
I'll leave that in there and let me put on. Let's try out. I'll give this one a shot. No need for trash, we can use this one as well. interesting. Now if we start playing around with this one, it's gonna do quite a bit. Oh, that might be cool, doing a 1/8 note thing. Or maybe not.
Interpolate.
Not sure about that one. Let's turn it back off because I don't like it. We're gonna go a different route. I'm gonna go and use some audio, and we're just gonna go for the resampling route. That's always gonna work. Just a matter of finding a good sound though, but we might be able to make something work. Let's try some of the weird things here. Like I could use parts of that. Just weird little... What the hell? Do you see that? Look at the short percussion bits. What? It was just now. Oh, there we go again. That's a weird visual glitch. Every now and then it just looks like they're getting shorter, but they're not. That's weird. See, Ableton 11 still has its weird like glitches. I've not had visual glitches before, but I heard other people saying stuff about that. I heard some people that were complaining about the refresh rate of some of the effects in the effects lane here, where you would see the just sounds like it's a bit too late, to be honest. You mean that double thing? Yeah, was a bit offbeat as well, but didn't really like that. We can take bits and pieces from here and see if we can layer stuff on top of the bass. That's gonna be fun. That's weird though. Hadn't seen those weird glitches yet. See, there's weird sounds in here. And I don't even think it's gonna matter what key these are. See, it's just a block of weird sound. So we can just high pass this and just start looking for things that might work on top of what we have. Like that kind of stuff. To find something. Let's loop a section. Loop a section this long. I mean, that actually works already. But I'm thinking more something here at the end for this kind of sound. Because it's all kinds of weird glitches. That's a weird part, that part here. Might be able to use that. Let's see. That's the snare. Let's put this one on the offbeat, see if that works. And then let's take maybe you, put you somewhere here. I think this is, yeah, it's canceling itself out as well, so we need to do a little sorcery on this one. I still have that rack if I'm correct. Sub-mono rack. Some parts are completely cancelling itself out, so I guess we're gonna do that. Although, oh no, wait, it's not gonna be an issue because I'm taking the fundamental frequency out. I'm taking all the sub out, so it's not gonna be an issue. I'm just confused because I see that waveform here. See? This realm right here, that low bass frequency is just completely cancelling itself out, but it's not an issue because I'm already high passing it. So I probably want to do something in a 1/8 note pattern, because we're already doing a 1/8 note pattern throughout this entire thing, so it's probably gonna make sense. Something here. Nope. We need something else. I want something here though at the end, that's for sure. Because this is actually pretty alright. And then we need something in that gap, but we have this one, which is a little weird. So we'll make something else for that, but... Oh. That one. Maybe something here. But something different than that. Let's try a different sample. This one is not really good. So many weird shit. Percussion. Oh, those ones are kind of cool. Those ones are kind of interesting. Damn, that file's long. Where's that part? Where is it? I'm not distorting the hell out of this, right? No. Ooh, there. Listen to that. That's interesting. Look at that weird waveform. Holy, what the hell have I done to this? I'm not even sure, but... Was that the part, though, that I heard? I don't think so. I think it was different. Oh, that one actually is the same thing, but then on a lower... lower harmonic. Huh, let's just save that too. This is all the things that I was doing with, what was it? Form by Native Instruments. Here we have another harmonic. Could use that. Go low, go even lower. Now I already lost what I heard at the first time, but was it this section? I'm not sure. That was it. Right here, this tone. Ooh. Some of these parts here. Where is it? Oh, that. That's sick. That's nice. This section has sort of like a weird pitch movement. I like that. I really like that. I think we should start using sections from here, because this sounds really cool. It has a really interesting tone. It has sort of like a... It doesn't have a reverb, but it has a bit of like a sort of like almost like it has a bit of natural space to it compared to the other section that I was cutting from just now. This one has a bit more... I don't think it's reverb actually, but... Okay, so from here, just cut this. Okay, so let's just get rid of all of that. And let's see until where that goes. Here, other tones there. Oh yeah, that's gonna be good for chopping up. Got faster bits too. Yeah, maybe a snare room reverb, that could be the case, yeah. Something really small. See, this is still the same tone, it's just faster. Then here it's getting different, I think. Yeah, there we're getting really different, so... I guess this section is just what we're gonna use. So this is in G, it says. At least in the file name. Now I wonder if this is actually G or if it's just all over the place. That's hitting on a D. Which could make sense because D is a perfect fifth above G. What is that doing? That's saying A. I'll probably do it by ear. But if this is G, let's just say it's G, then I could bring this to 1, 2, 3, minus 3. Ooh, that part though, that part is so sick. That it's gonna be a bit of a hard one to get this one fit, but we'll see if we can make it fit. That's what... No, I'm not gonna say it. Oh. We have to keep it family friendly for YouTube's sake. Let's just put it somewhere here so we can take bits and pieces from it. Now we have that weird section. That's probably going to be a good section to try and use first. Let's just try and put that here. It's a little bit long, see? So if I go back here, let's actually save the original timing. So I'm just going to warp it, and then I'm going to bring it down to minus 3. That still sounds reasonable enough. Damn. Damn. Where is it here? Well, where can we use it? Somewhere here. We have... Well, it's kind of like that. Well, maybe even somewhere here at the end. It's on B right now, this. And the second part going down to F sharp. B and F sharp. B would work. If this is B. Says C. But you could also be... That's G. That's C. And this is kind of bending down in pitch. That's B. Yeah, that's B. This is B. And if this would be that one, then that is C, then that basically goes from C to B, which is basically, what is that? A sixth to perfect fifth? So that would work, actually. So that means it's in the right pitch now. Because this was on G, and I brought it down 3 semitones, which means we're now in E. And I'm working in E, so... Can we use that? Let's see what that sounds like. Still gonna sound odd right now, I'm 100% sure, but... Okay, sounded less weird than I thought. Let's bring the volume up. Let's add some sidechain on it as well, because we're probably gonna have some clashing with the drums. So let's just cut this thing out completely when the drums hit. Okay. We can start playing around. No, I'm in E Phrygian, so that would be then F, I guess, but F sharp, yeah, could still work for just like a little bit, but doesn't really matter too much for these kind of sounds. Like if the pitch is slightly off, it's not like somebody's gonna go like, hey, that weird fucking neuro step at the end of your transition is one little bit too sharp, mate. You should have brought it down one semitone. Nobody is gonna hear that. It's such a weird sound. It's already gonna be hard to find the pitch, and if you're listening to the track, probably not even gonna hear it, you know? If it's the main bass sound that's gonna be out of tune, then yeah, you're probably gonna hear it, but with those little weird steps every now and then, you might not even notice it. But I do like to keep them in pitch most of the time. So I don't like that yet, but I definitely think we need to have some... I think some 1/8 note thing coming in from this sound, so I need to find a bit of a stabby sound. Oh, interesting. It sounds almost like a little vocal thing. Little vocal stab. Yeah, I like this one less and less. That thing at the end here. Let's go for a... We need a part from that. Let's mute that one. No, it's basically E Phrygian. That I would be in. That's saying D sharp. Let's take these and move them up one semitone. See, that's the thing, if you resample things really heavily, you're gonna have to check the pitch, because sometimes it's just gonna be completely off. Oh, that's gonna take a bit of time, of course. Damn it! I press reverse, but this thing is pretty damn long. So, 1 bit. It's gonna take a little bit of time. Ableton is gonna freeze for a bit. Yep. Let's just give it a bit of a moment. Oh, there we go. Now it's gonna... Now we have to wait here. When you scroll through that long sound, what key are you holding down? Alt, I think it is. Like in here, in this view right here at the bottom, I think it's Alt. Yeah, it's Alt. And if you want to do it here, you can also do it. You need to do, what was it again? Control Shift? Yeah, Control Shift, and then you can click and drag in here. And you can hold Alt again as well. So you can do Control Shift Alt, and then you get like fine dragging. Not that it matters much, but I'm gonna try something. Where is it? Pitch shift. I'm just gonna try this one out. See what this one is gonna do. Because I don't like it yet. I think the pitch is a bit high of those. Oh wait, I could just maybe just filter it. Wait, let's try that first. Like using a filter to filter it in. Do some automation on it. You try out that transformer thing later. That sounds weird. Let's try that transformer thing later. Yo, later Tom. Good to see you here. Have a nice rest of the evening or day, whatever it is where you are at. Thanks for being here. Interesting. What else can we do to that? Some reverb on it. See what that does. I need to have a little recap because I'm not too sure about those heads coming in there, but if I do that, then I think I also want to continue the drums one extra bit longer, so that would be do that, take that, copy that over, and then do that.
Interpolate.
Don't like it. Might even do something like that. Let's see. Let's do something like that and just say loop. So I can do this. And then we're of course not gonna have the fade, but don't worry. I'm just gonna take gonna go into here. I'm gonna go say clip gain, and we're gonna do this and that, and do this maybe. So we kind of get a, I think that follows the sub bass, and then I can see we get that movement on the volume, which is the same movement that we have on the sub. And then I should be able to unlink that. So now this automation is always going to be there. And I can move this around. And we still get that automation. And I can I do that? It's such an annoying thing that this doesn't snap to the start of that loop. Like, that it does that. I wish I could set it so that this... You can't do that, right? No, you can't do that. It's so annoying. And if you turn warping off, then it doesn't loop, so... It just needs to snap to the start. That would be fucking great. See, that's one of the annoying things I wish you could change. Sounds all too similar here. Let's go. Oh, here it's gonna get quicker. Still sounds too similar. Like, even though that's so weird. Like, what the hell is this even doing right now? But if I take that sub out and then maybe filter it in, like, it doesn't matter what the hell this is doing, to be honest. It is a little bit off on panning, but who cares? Let's see if we can can't you just hold Alt and drag the bar? Yes, you can, but this position doesn't sort of like snap to the same position in the loop right here. If I do this, see? That position, which is the start position from where it starts playing, stays there. And then until it goes here, then it jumps to the right side. See that? That's the start position of from where it starts playing. So that is not that is not snapped to the position inside of the loop, but it's always snapped to the same position until it goes there, which seems a bit odd, right? If you are looping something, you would imagine that the start position is sort of like synced to that position, or at least have a button that allows you to do that. But we don't. Which kind of weird, but okay. I don't know why. There's no sort of like button that allows you to, I guess, just snap that to the same position inside of the loop wherever you set the loop. Or just have like an option to snap this one to the start position of the loop. That would be also good. Like you can do in a lot of in sampler, I think it is. Yes, in sampler, you can snap that position to, you can link it to the start position of the loop, which is also nice. Because then you can just move it around and then later mess with that position if you want to, but it's actually kind of cool. It's actually kind of a cool sound like that. Maybe it needs one extra one at the end that hits on the snare. Such a weird sound. Oh, huh? Curved, I want a bit more like that. Like, right now it loops. Where does it loop? Right in the middle here. So here's where the loop position is, so I don't know what... See? Right here. That's where it loops. It looks like it actually connects well. So... I guess that's good. It feels a little late though. Feels a little late, but we can adjust that.
Interpolate.
Yeah, it's a little late. We're gonna drag it a bit like that, maybe. That sounds way better. That's a lot better. Now next to this, should I also do a little bit of volume automation on it? Might want to automate that decay time. Oh wow. Oh wow. Look, the decay time is set here, not even to 0. But look at how little it's up yet. It's literally 0.01. And that equals to almost 1 second. Damn. That's gonna be hard to get fine control on that. Holy shit. That would be great if Ableton could scale that slightly different. Because this amount of movement up on this meter is definitely more than 0.01. Right? We're not up 0.01% on this meter right now, but yeah. Okay, we'll do that some in a different way then. I can probably I could map it to a macro knob and get that range a little bit smaller. It goes up to 100 seconds, so that's insanely big. We don't need that. So I can take this, group it, take the decay, map it to macro 1 and go into the mapping. Let's just change that to, I don't know, 0.2 or something. We have a bit more of a smaller range. Still, going from 0 to 1 is like, yeah, we almost have no control. Let's but I also wish I could still make it quite a little bit long. Maybe use a different reverb, but let's try 0.1. Let's see, what is the maximum value? 10 seconds. Oh, 0.05. Yeah, that seems more right. Now we should have more fine control. Ah, there we go. Still, that first part, look at that. Wink, wink, it just goes super fast at the first part, which is really annoying, but it's better than what it was. So we can have it short, and then maybe automate that. And then here, it's just gonna go back down to that short position. How much a reverb are we gonna do? It's quite a lot. Probably don't need that much.
Interpolate.
Okay. We'll try filtering the drums in that section there. Kinda work along with that fade. Let's do an auto filter on here in front of the clipping, so that we are not gonna clip. Low passing, probably. I'm first gonna start with automating the on-off switch here. that I can turn it off again here so that we don't have it. It's not affecting the drums at all, except when we are actually filtering. And maybe do something like this. That snare gets a bit much there. It feels like maybe I should automate the snare down as well. See that snare drum there? Is it a bit it's a bit loud for some reason. We could just put a utility on the snare. And just bring that down a bit. Maybe even let's cut this away from here and let's group the kick and snare together and put that on the group so it does it to both the kick and the snare. Kick and snare. Good description.
Interpolate. Interpolate.
We can try starting putting effects on this later to see if we can make it a little bit different for variation. I could also try adding some chops from that weird lead thing that I made in the intro. Where is it? Here? That one has some weird sounds in it as well. Maybe.
Interpolate.
Still feels a little late. Is it me? That feels more what it should be. Did I screw up the automation? No, I didn't.
Interpolate. 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 Interpolate.
Yeah, okay, that one doesn't sound nice. I had a previous version of this project in which I also had some more sounds. Let's see. Might be able to see if I can make those work. Was it this one? Bass. Not sure what this what the sound is, but it's the first one after the two that I already have here. So takes a bit of time, so I'm not sure what is on here. It's exactly there as well. Ooh. Maybe.
Interpolate.
I mean, it works better than the other one, so.
Interpolate.
And then in the other part, the faster bits comes in as well.
Interpolate.
Mate, you don't have to tell me what to do. Everybody's workflow is different, so hey. I think, wasn't it you that I said it to last time as well? I'm not sure, it could be a different person, but we had a similar conversation as well. I don't care. For me, I can work for hours, and sometimes in the last part I actually get something done. Sometimes it isn't at the start of it. It really doesn't matter. I'm used to working for a long period of time. But if you're not, then hey, maybe you work different. Everybody is different.
Interpolate. Interpolate.
Thinking, what can we do for this one? I think adding some distortion to that one might be cool, and then automating it in. Just thinking which one we can use. Let's see. We can use maybe Saturn. We just... Oh wait, that's the level. My bad. I'm used to working with other plugins. I don't use Saturn a lot, to be honest. We're on this band, right? Yes, okay. can get something cool out of that. I wish there was a... Is there a way to quickly switch through these other than the drop down menu? There's no plus and minus button for this, so I wish they had that. Just like a little arrow button. Ding 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 ding. That would be so nice. That's so much quicker than going through a drop down menu. That was one of my complaints as well with what was it? What was it? I think it was Vital with one of the earlier versions. Was Phase Blend? I think it was Phase Blend with one of the earlier versions in the wavetable since Oscillator. They also hadn't added like a little button like that, just like you have here, right? To browse through the presets really quickly. If you've got something like wavetables or a bunch of different modes for, I don't know, distortion, like in this case, just add like a little extra button to just quickly browse through it.
Interpolate. Interpolate.
Wait, that doesn't work yet now. Let's see. We can... Because this one has quite a bit of bass start as well. Let's... I mean, there's sidechain on it, but let's just give it some help. Maybe not. I could try adding something there. Oh, wait. Let's get rid of this. I'm not even gonna look at you anymore, sorry, but...
Interpolate.
I mean, you gotta also take you gotta also keep in mind, like, would you like it if somebody tells you what to do, and you should do it different, and you do it wrong, and you do it, and you should do something different, and you should do this, you know? It's... Nobody would like that. Especially not if it's something like workflow related. Like, because everybody's workflow is completely different. No, not necessarily. It's that's all up to you. You know? What gets my mood down is this right now. You know? This is what gets my mood down. Now I'm gonna go and have a chat about this because I'm like... Well, you get me, but... Okay, I don't like that extra head coming in there. I'm just gonna go and do this.
Interpolate. 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 Interpolate.
Where is it?
Interpolate. Interpolate. Interpolate.
Hey, why do I don't hear it? That was a good sentence.
Interpolate.
Let's see if we can. That's a lot of reverb.
Interpolate. Interpolate.
Okay, here we'll probably add something. What are we gonna add? Like, I'm not happy yet with this one yet. This one, this step sound is sort of like the second step. Yeah, if you're here for the DMB Academy stream, that's gonna be tomorrow. And if you want to have more information about that, that is on this link. So if you want to get more information about the times and when everybody is streaming, check out that website. It's going to be tomorrow. It's all listed on that website as well. So just check out there, and on there you can see all the times and all of that. I'm 9 p.m. Amsterdam time, so that's what is that, 8 p.m. GMT, I think it was. Now I have to check if I'm not wrong. Timeline, yeah, 8 p.m. till 10 p.m. GMT, that's when I am. And it starts at 2 p.m. GMT with Let's Synthesize. Oh, it also tells me what everything is. Oh no, it's not. It just says live masterclass. Okay, cool. Looking forward to see what the other guys are doing.
Interpolate.
I'm gonna bring. I had a couple of more in that old project. I'm just gonna bring them in to see what those sounded like, because I might be discarding some sounds that actually were pretty cool. Let's take these right here. See, those are also were from those last parts. So let's see what these are. Okay, that might be cool, having those two alternate. So we get... We need to copy the sidechain real quick. Oh, there is sidechain, but of course I need to set up the sidechain real quick. Set the inputs.
Interpolate.
Okay, now what are these? Because this one is layered with the sub. Okay. Oh, that actually works with the other one.
Interpolate.
Actually, doesn't sound weird with this one. Might actually leave that in. Like this one I'm not sure about. That one sounds a bit weird. Can try it out instead of this one, but... Kinda, but it also sounds a little weird with this section, so I think that one might be better. The new one that I made. But that other one, this one actually works. Sort of like as an extra layer. Get rid of this one.
Interpolate.
That part is weird. An automation or something. Oh. Let's not do hot swapping. Oh, okay. A little click here, I think is this. No, there's just a little click happening, but that's fine. I can fix that later. You don't really hear it anyway, so. Oh, well, that's nice. I like that. Now, what are we gonna add in the second section?
Interpolate.
It dies a little. It's kind of a weird sound, but it sounds kind of cool. It kind of works it adds a little bit of groove to that section, I think, when the drums cut out. But now, what can we add in the section after that? Some kind of a stab, maybe. So like a lead stab or something.
Interpolate. Interpolate.
Like this one needs a little bit more high end so that it sounds more like this one. Yeah, come on. Maybe just doing a little bit, or maybe just taking out a little bit less of that one. So it has a bit more of that mid-range, so it suits a bit more with this one. Maybe a bit more. A little bit better, I think. Yeah, that's better.
Interpolate.
What are we gonna do? Okay, I know it sounds a little bit weird right now, but see if this is gonna work. we're gonna loop this section because, hey.
Interpolate. Switch. Interpolate. Switch. Interpolate. Switch. Interpolate.
FM sounds a little weird. Get rid of that. Let's just leave it saw wave based. And then just add some lower oscillator to it. Just do the same thing here. Let's do that. And reset.
Interpolate.
Okay, we'll just leave it like that. Just boost this up. That sounds the best. So we can use this maybe and put this on the drive a bit to kind of give it a bit more.
Interpolate. Switch. Interpolate. Switch. Interpolate. Switch. Interpolate. Switch. Interpolate. Interpolate. Switch.
That's nice. I really don't like the serum reverb, so let's not do that. Let's just go for my trusty friend Vintage Verb. I like that one so much more because it has to build an EQ and everything. It's just so nice. I mean the Serum one is too, but the Serum one just sounds super metallic. And this one can too, but it doesn't necessarily do it right from the start, you know? Like the Serum one just basically just always sounds metallic. It's just there's just no way around it, which is kind of annoying. And this one has all the different modes, which is really cool because they all sound different. Like sometimes I'll even have like on a sound like this, I'll sometimes even do it almost fully wet and then just process that, you know, because just the reverb itself changes the tone of the sound a lot. And when you're trying to tweak that and sort of like searching for a tone, it's always good to put the mix at 100% so you can really hear what it's doing. Now this one has this as well, like the attack here. See, that makes a huge change to how the reverb sounds. And in that way you can almost even use the reverb as sort of like a tool to shape it. Just get a really weird sort of like lead sound out of it instead of the regular one. And maybe you want to have a little bit of the dry one as well. See, but you can get really weird sort of like sounds out of that. From just that. You get something like that, which is kind of interesting, so... And it has all these... And then all these modes, of course. Gonna be completely different. That one is really short. This you can get, especially if you listen to it in the mix.
Switch.
But I think for this one we're gonna have a different effect. More like, let's see if we're gonna use a hall.
Switch. Switch.
Probably don't need that, and let's see if we can... I'll just whack another reverb on it.
Switch.
Interesting sound.
Interpolate. Interpolate.
Doesn't come in right yet, but I'm gonna make the vocal a little bit louder here. I can just put a saturator on it. Give it a little, maybe 2.
Interpolate.
It's maybe even too much. Maybe even 1 decibel.
Interpolate. Interpolate.
Okay, let's tweak this bad boy.
Interpolate.
Switch.
Okay, that's better. It's a little bit quieter, but we can boost it here.
Interpolate.
Switch.
Okay, we could try sketch out the switch real quick. How late is it? 1:40 a.m. We could continue a little bit, I guess. Let's think, what are we gonna do for the switch? Probably bring that lead thing back as well. I hear something suddenly that I want to do. I'm gonna put a reverb on the snare, but only in that last section. I'll just add it on this one. Let's just put after Camel Crusher. Let's take Valhalla Room actually. So that we can sort of like I think before we do that, I also wanna maybe high pass the snare so that we get rid of that low frequency a little bit. Take that out for now. Oh wait, I could also automate this one. Just automate this down. So that we kind of get rid of that fundamental frequency a little bit, because that's triggering the reverb the most, and I kind of want to add it more to the higher frequencies. So if I just bring this down a bit. Okay, let's turn adapt Q off. Still gonna do this. And then the reverb coming in. So, like this. It's very subtle, but not sure if I like the reverb though, but the other thing is alright.
Interpolate. 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 Switch. Switch.
Let's do. Let's see.
Switch.
Not sure if this one is going to continue actually.
Switch.
Did I remove? Oh, that's why. I'm like, why does the why does the snare sound so weird? Oh wait, no, huh? Oh no, it's just me. That wasn't what I wanted to do. Let's just do envelope. Okay, let's set this one to the same one. Filter it after this, maybe?
Switch.
Let's see what kind of a pattern I'm gonna do.
Switch.
What is that other thing doing? Can we use that?
Switch.
Just put this in here real quick. It's gonna sound like shit for now, but don't worry. Let's just do that. You know what? Let's loop this, so I can just do that and change them all at the same time.
Switch.
Let me just gonna be lazy for now.
Switch.
See if we can make a good patch. I'm gonna have to stop streaming soon as well because it's getting really late. See that one I don't like, this one right here. That one was lower, I think. Don't like this one yet.
Switch.
Gonna have something else happening at the start of it, I think, but
Switch.
but on the end, that part of having like a 1/8 note pattern at the end here would work well. But not at the start. But man, I'm getting I don't really have much time left and I need to be super quiet now, so I'm gonna stop streaming. I'm gonna be streaming again tomorrow as well, so if you want to join tomorrow, I'm gonna be streaming on the DMB Academy YouTube channel, so more information can be found on that link in the chat. I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow at 9 PM Amsterdam time, so that's 8 PM GMT. And we're gonna do some drum bass again. So 2 streams this week, but not on this channel, on a different channel. So check out the DMB Academy website and DMB Academy YouTube channel. Damn, I think I forgot to add the DMB Academy YouTube channel in the description of the stream. Let me just drop that in the chat real quick. I mean, you can find it as well. Just type in DMB Academy on YouTube, but I'll just grab it for you real quick. So I'm going to be streaming tomorrow on this channel. And it's going to be a fun little collaboration, I think. So join tomorrow. I'm going to be in the Discord after the stream as well. So if you are not a member of the Discord yet, then join my Discord using this link. I'm not sure yet what we're going to do tomorrow. We're going to make something from scratch. So we're going to probably start just making a, I don't know, a drop idea or something like that. It's probably going to be fun. Any last questions for tonight? This would be a good moment to ask them. Damn it! There's a. Do you ever have that that thing that you have an eyelash in your eye? I wanted to say an eyelash in your ear. That would be really strange. Oh man! Come on! Ah, there we go. Don't think we have much coming in terms of questions. Yeah, so that was fun. We had a good stream. Definitely more productive than last week. That's one thing that's for sure. Last week wasn't really productive. This week was more productive. That's for sure. So that's good. Feels like we're slowly breaking that little bit of a cycle that we had in the last couple of weeks. It's a good sign for tomorrow as well. Tomorrow it's even... tomorrow I have to push as well for time. That's going to be fun. I'm only going to have 2 hours, so... We definitely can make a full track tomorrow. That's definitely for sure. I'm not going to focus too much on the intro. I'm really just going to focus on, I guess just a good... Maybe a good drop sketch, you know? That's probably as much as time that we're going to have tomorrow. Because I'm also going to have to be answering questions, so... Yeah, so I'll be in the Discord, and I'll see you guys then tomorrow. You can find the links to everything for tomorrow on that link to the DMB Academy website. Thanks for all the support tonight. If you want to help support these streams, then you can also support me on Patreon, patreon.com/artifacts, and that way you will be supporting these streams and the tutorials as well that I do, so... Thanks to all the new people coming in on Patreon. We have a whole bunch of new people coming in this week, so thanks for that. And I'll see you guys again next week on Friday on this channel, and then tomorrow on the DMB Academy channel. Yeah, thanks. So, without further ado, I'll be ending the stream right here. I'll let this play one more time, and I'll see you guys again tomorrow then. Peace.
Interpolate.